for the sole use of our licensees. Any reception, interception, retransmission, redistribution, or other use of the signal without the express written consent of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited is strictly prohibited and will be the subject of criminal prosecution and civil action. Any equipment or apparatus involved in such a use is subject to seizure and forfeiture under the law. Field in line and sent off immediately. Meyer steps off just a bit slowly. Hit and run also toward the back, now being urged to get closer. As Curlin's Flight has taken charge up front. Wilson chasing in second. Daddy Jones is in between horses. Sensational Goal kicking in on the outside as they slip past the sixth. Hit and Run beginning to make some progress, but still has a lot to do from there, along with Solar Black. Ruby's Light, forget Meyer at the moment, needing help. Down the back stretch they go. They make their way toward the final 5/8. They're flashing past it now. Curlin's Flight is racing out 3 wide. Wilson on the rail now takes over. Daddy Jones in between horses. A break back to Hit and Run racing with Sensational Goal. Solar Black now asked to make ground. A gap opens up to Ruby's Light and an even larger one to the trailer as they leave the half mile. That is Maya. They're approaching the final 3/8 of a mile, and Wilson attempts to steal the show, slipping off by maybe 7 or 8 lengths. Hit and Run now, the closest pursuer going in chase. Toward the outside, that Sensational Goal. Curlin's Flight going miles wide. Solar Black is running near the rail with Ruby's Light. Then Maya and Daddy Jones is also taken to the far side rail. As they come thundering into the top of the lane, Wilson continues to hold the advantage. Under Abigail Abel, the question is she able to keep Wilson going? Here's Hit and Run now, asked to charge up in the center. Toward the outside, that is Sensational Gold and Abigail Abel's horse. That's Wilson has folded up. Here is Ruby's Light with a surge, and Ruby's Light now takes charge. Solar Black goes a-hunting. It is Ruby's Light with the lead. Hit and Run on the outside. Solar Black over against the rail. Ruby's Light running on fumes. Here is Hit and Run. Hit and Run does it for Carlton Watson. Ruby's Light is second. Solar Black is third. Maya is fourth. Sensational Gold is fifth. Start already, they're off for the Miss Ruth. Brilliant Boy just a step slowly out. Abudar gets a good start. Mohan Lal another quality right there. These three almost in a line. 4 Mile Love racing out wide of them. Maybe 3 lengths separates the first bunch as they charge past the 5, and Brilliant Boy left at the back with Radish Roman, the champion jock. Down the back stretch they go. They're about to leave it and arrive at the half mile. Mohan Lal is on the outside. Another quality racing near the rail. 4 Mile Love right in the slipstream and travelling close enough, if good enough, as they leave the 7/16. Abudar now being pumped up and asked to get closer. Just about 4.5 lengths separates the first bunch, and Brilliant Boy looking hopeless at the moment as the field have left the 3 and arrive at the 5/16. Mohan Lal just the leader. Another quality racing near the rail. Abudar in behind them. 4 Mile Love taking the widest route as they come thundering into the top of the lane. Forget Brilliant Boy needing a miracle as they charge up now past the 3/16. It is Mohan Lal beginning to shake loose from these horses. 4 Mile Love needs to find 4, maybe even more. Toward the outside, Abudar. Another quality runs the rail, but it is Mohan Lal in complete control under Tajay Siku. Inside the final 16. This is the Miss Ruth Trophy. It will go to the connections of Mohan Lal in the hands of Tajay Suku. They win by 9, maybe even more. 4 Mile Love is second. Brilliant Boy coming from nowhere is third. Abudar is fourth. They're off. The Soul Warrior lags at the back early. Princess Fiani took off quickly and grabs an early lead. Uncle Peck beginning an early challenge. Have a Joy and Noble Sovereign racing in behind as they run toward the final 6. Chief Dissident has made some progress on the outside of Noble Sovereign. The Soul Warrior races second from the back, and Princess Catalia, as they leave the 6, is last of the bunch. They make their way toward the final 5. Uncle Peck out in front, striding powerfully, leads up by some length and 3/4. Princess Fiani watching that one closely in second. A break of 7 or more to Noble Sovereign, Chief Dissident, and Princess Catalia shoulder to shoulder. Haverjoy second from last, and the Soul Warrior will have to run late as they've left the half mile where the tempo should increase and make their way to the 7/16. Uncle Peck continues to chart the course on the devastating Dane Dawkins. 4 lengths back to Princess Fiani, now getting an urge as they leave the 3. A break of 5 to Noble Sovereign, joined by Princess Catalia. Maybe 6 or more to Chief Dissident, racing third from the back. The Soul Warrior second to last, and Haverjoy now relegated as a back marker, but Uncle Peck turns for home, attempting to go all the way. Dane Dawkins having a peep in his mirrors. Here now is Princess Fiani, asked to close the gap, but still it is Uncle Peck under a vigorous hand ride as they arrive at the furlong pole. The stick now coming out in the right hand on Uncle Peck. Princess Fiani is running on the spot. Noble Sovereign overtaking that one. Princess Catalia in the green, down against the rail, but Uncle Peck is in charge. Continuing to look behind is Dane Dawkins. No dangers. He eases down. They win by maybe 6 over Princess Catalia. Noble Sovereign is third. Princess Fiani is fourth. They're off. Taurus Boy had problems, left at the back early. Fly Blue Jet took off quickly. There goes Warsaw, swooping down on the outside, and Warsaw gets the lead from Fly Blue Jet. Prince Aman staying close in third, James back in fourth as they head toward the half mile. The leaders get there now. Whiskey has made good progress. James fades back into fifth. In behind them, that's Amilos and Battle Angel. A length separates them. Miniola is a further 3 lengths back, second from last, and Taurus Boy races at the back. They've left the 3. They come to the 5/16. Warsaw continues to stride out. Prince Aman now launching an attack and getting cracks at that stick as Warsaw will turn into the lane now under the hand ride, and a quick change of hold by McLean. Warsaw running strong with 3/16 remaining. The stick now comes out in the right hand. Prince Aman needs to find 3. Whiskey now asked to glide up between horses. On the outside, that is James, but Warsaw continues to lead, but beginning to tie up just a little bit as they arrive at the 16th pole. Here is a Whiskey and a Prince Aman. Warsaw hanging on for dear life, driven to the max, and Warsaw gets there. It's close between Prince Aman and Whiskey. Battle Angel is back in fourth. They're off. Girlie the Butcher and Sweet Burn start well in the middle. Lady Katgara is running quickly toward the far side. As they sort themselves out, Bossy Girl races near the stands right against that fence. That's the grey Baiza as they come charging up now inside the final 3 furlongs. They're sorting themselves out. Baiza Gree showing just under the stand fence. Bossy Girl almost alongside. They have a conversation as they drive now toward the quarter pole. Girlie the Butcher in the yellow cap toward the far side. Way over on the far side, that is Lady Katgara, but Baiza Gree and Bossy Girl, they continue their confrontation as they run toward the furlong pole. Baiza Gree now getting cracks of that left-hand stick, fighting off Bossy Girl. Sweet Burn is trying to close up in the black sleeves over toward the far side, but Baiza Gree is not for catching. Less than a 16th of a mile to run. Baiza Gree and Jerome Innes will take the Rockin' Robin handicap by maybe 4 or more. Bossy Girl second. Sweet Burn and Lady Katgara in a photo D-Bay machine is fifth. They're off. A new bridge comes out angling to the stand fence. Army Recruit is racing over this side as well. Feeling free just off the fractions, Runaway Bay beginning to step right across. Over in the middle, that's Skillet Arms in the green cap. Lauren's Secret in the blue races on the far side as they come toward the final quarter. Skillet Arms travelling powerfully. Runaway Bay right there too in a handy position. Newbridge and Feeling Free race almost together. Under the stand fence, that's Army Recruit, but they drive away toward the final furlong. They're there now, and it is a Runaway Bay and a Feeling Free. These two going at it. Runaway Bay under the left-hand stick. Feeling Free now coming with a charge on the outside, and Feeling Free moves by, and Feeling Free will win by maybe 3 or more of a Runaway Bay. Then Lauren's Secret, Skillet Arms. Newbridge is back in 5th. They're off. Roaring Kitty just at the back with Royal Maverick as they sort themselves out up front. I'm Outstanding races right near the rail, overtaken narrowly by 4:30, and 4:30 now goes on and begins to open the length as they leave the 6 over I'm Outstanding, sitting pretty in second. Good Conscience is a length and a half back and making some progress. Joyful Surprise a half a length down on the outside. A break back to Royal Maverick racing out wide as they leave the 5, and Roaring Kitty now asked to make some progress. The small field head toward the half mile, and 4:30 sets the splits and moves away by some 3.5 lengths. Good Conscience chasing. I'm Outstanding is back third. Joyful Surprise is racing in fourth, possibly 5.5 to 6 lengths off that lead. Roaring Kitty and Royal Maverick, they share last. They've slipped past the 3. Can they catch 4:30? As they arrive at the 5/16th, I'm Outstanding now shaken up on the outside as they come into the lane. Good Conscience is close enough, if good enough, but it is 4:30. Here is I'm Outstanding now, asked to surge up on the outside. 4:30 battling I'm Outstanding. Good Conscience and Joyful Surprise race next. Roaring Kitty is over against the rail, and Royal Maverick last of the half dozen, but I'm Outstanding now points the nose in front. 4:30 has no answers. They drive inside the final 16th. It is I'm Outstanding and Bebito Harvey. This will be a 3-timer for the young Peter John Passard. I'm Outstanding wins by maybe 6. Close between Roaring Kitty, who possibly got second, over 4:30, and Good Conscience back in 4th. Field in line and sent off. 7 furlongs the distance, and Papy Uso surges through and grabs an early lead on the run toward the 6. Secret Sensation, Smoking Tom is out wide, and Smoking Tom now points. Prince Zayden racing on the rail in second. Papy Uso racing up with a Shan Shan, Casually Yours, hidden from view on the outside of those runners. A break back to Laurie, Secret Sensation out wide. Kuzmi asked to make some ground with Friends Connection right alongside. Dreamer is next, and Knockstar trails the field. They're about to arrive at the half mile and go spinning into that turn, and Smoking Tom is first into it as they go racing now toward the final 3. Prince Zayden is 2.5 lengths back and racing in second. Papy Uso now hustled up and asked to close a 6-length deficit. Casually Yours is 3 lengths back. Laurie now beginning to make ground against the rail as they leave the 3. Toward the outside and asked to make some progress. That is a Kuzmi now circling horses. Shan Shan also picking up. Casually Yours has faded back. Prince Zayden, rather Secret Sensation toward the back of the field, but they're turning into the lane. Papy Uso on the outside now grabs a hold of Smoking Tom, and it's Papy Uso who goes on. Smoking Tom drifting over toward the far rail. Prince Zayden and Laurie are over there in behind them. That is Kuzmi, but they're inside the final furlong, and it is all Papy Uso. Papy Uso under a powerful ride inside the final 16th. It is Papy Uso and devastating. Rather, Dane Nelson, magnificent Dane Nelson. They take it by double digits. Kuzmi is second. Prince Zayden is third. Close between Laurie and Smoking Tom. Secret Sensation in behind them. And they're off. Good start. The hot dancer moving quickly. Princess Ifya rushing up to challenge as they leave the 5. Papa Gray is there. Workout Crew running on the outside. Give Me the Light. The Grey Race is 5.5 lengths off that lead. Ella Fortunato and Bernard the Quick teaming up. Veliki Vicky is next. A break back to Princess Akila as they charge past a half mile. And last of all, it's Jack Daniel as the field begins to string out. The hot dancer out in front by just over a length. Workout Crew now slicing into that lead. Princess Ifya close enough if good enough, so too Papa Gray running the rail. Give Me the Light races up next as they come thundering into the top of the lane. Veliki Vicky will come into it racing out wide. It's the hot dancer being challenged strongly now by a Workout Crew. These two battling up front. Workout Crew now points the nose in front. The hot dancer will try to rally on the rail. Papa Gray is 4 lengths off them and being urged to get closer, but they run past the furlong pole and the hot dancer finds a bit more under Radish Roman. Radish Roman and the hot dancer reclaim that advantage. Workout Crew left a length and a half back and will not stop the hot dancer from taking it. Workout Crew second. Papa Gray third. Give Me the Light fourth. Veliki Vicky is fifth. Once again, a very good morning, racing fans, as Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited welcome you to the Caymanas Park Racetrack and our off-track betting parlours. Having a look at the programme, in the first event, we offer high 5 wagering, Reggae 6 and Catch 9. The Reggae 6 has a single winner bonus in excess of 4.7 million, the Catch 9 in excess of $344,000. Race 2, that's where the play spot 8 begins. That starts anew. The quick 4 also begins there. And the single winner bonus in excess of $334,000. Race 3, mandatory payout in the early 5-star. The single winner bonus becoming a carryover in excess of $1.8 million. A race 4, Twilight 6 begins. A race 5, high 5 wagering on the start of the late 5-star. Race 6, high 5 wagering. That's where the strike 4 begins, and the single winner bonus there in excess of $171,000. In the 6th event, scratch number 1, security code. Security code is lame, so race 6, take out 1 security code. Race 7 is the Sunnyside Stakes, and that's where the late triple begins. Nothing to report. Race 8. Race 9 is the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy. High 5 wagering offered there. Scratch number 6, Super Alex. Super Alex is lame. Myself and Kevin will be back with you later on. It's now time to go over to our racing analyst, Mr. Michael Kane, and as usual, he'll try to help you with your selections, allowing you to leave here with a bag of cash. Over to Michael Kane.
A very good day to you, Thorpe racing fans, and welcome to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby, home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbreds, home of the Boutte Mile. We have 9 races in store for you today. Our feature is going to be the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy. That's going to be race number 9, and overnight allowance contest for 3 and up, and the purse here is 1.25 million. The Sunnyside Stakes will be a feature as well. 2 years, maidens, they go 1,000 meters round, the purse here 1,110,000. Yesterday we had the Miss Ruth for 2 years, and that was Mohanlal in a very convincing victory. So the Sunnyside Stakes for 2 years will be on today's card. It's mandatory payout in the early 5-star. That kicks off in race number 3. Well over $1.5 million up for grabs there in that jackpot, and that's going to be a must-bet ticket on the card. And the regular 6, of course, made 4 million plus in the jackpot. That's also going to be a must wager on the card as well. The Catch 9 paid well yesterday, over 325,000, and of course that was having a 37-1 on the sequence. Most of the other races were quite form-filled, but that Warsaw beefed up the payout on all exotics there, such as the Regular 6, 64,000 plus, Twilight 6, over 140,000, Catch 9, over 320,000. So you need to find the outsiders to be able to be on the receiving end of some good dividends. Right-hand sunny conditions here in St. Catherine, Jamaica, and we look forward to having some exciting finishes. Race number 1, we're 42 minutes ago to post for the opening contest. Regular 6 minimum guarantee payout 3 million, Catch 9 minimum guarantee payout $500,000. We have a field of 10. This is for the claimant level, 700,000 down to 600,000. The purse here is 820,000. Early favorite in the wagering is at 75, and that's number 8, I Realize. Joint second favorite is at 2-1. 4, She's My Hedge Fund, and 7, The Real Identity. You're getting 3-1 for number 1, Dimitri P. And those horses are well ahead of the others. Next price there is 19-1 for number 5, Princess Talisi. My best 4 includes 1, Dimitri P. 4, She's My Hedge Fund. 7, The Real Identity, and 8, I Realize. 1, 4, 7, and 8, and incidentally they are the top 4 horses in the wagering. Top selection goes to number 8, I Realize. This one steps down from $1 million, whereas it was third by half length last time out to Natural Dancer and Awesome Anthony, so stepping down to 700,000. Now Demar Williams, also another struggle, picks up the moment for trainer Alfred Brown. This I Realize should be able to realize victory here. It's been a long while since I Realize has won a race, several months, could be more than a season that this one has won, so should really appreciate the relief in class here, and as such I'm taking this one to come out on top, though having not won in a mighty long time. The Real Identity has been quite consistent, second 3 of the last 4, third on the other occasion, has been racing at the restricted company for most of the last 10 races. A race that none of the 4, 3 of the last 4 has a run which came among 700,000 claimers on the 20th of October. That was going 5.5 furlongs, broke slow, third by 10 and 11 and 3/4 lengths there, made that third by 11 and 3/4 lengths behind Whiskey, and it turned on the light. Not suited to 5.5 furlongs, better suited to 7.5 furlongs. And the Real Identity will have top weight, 57 kilos, rider Showman rider Anthony Nunes. They teamed up to win the last race yesterday on that super I was telling you about, the Hot Dancer, and they're looking to have the last race winner yesterday, of course, and the first race winner today. But this, the Real Identity, has 57 kilos, allowing lumps of weight all around, running among open company at the 700,000 level, and that's not going to be an easy assignment. She's My Hedge Fund gets a lot of support at 2-1 early in the wagering. Tevin Foster writer Jose Thomas, this one reports first time of the claim for 700,000 on the 15th of November, and is back on the identical tag. Look for an encouraging enough effort here from She's My Hedge Fund with Tevin Foster aboard. And the MGP number 1, Christopher Mamdine rides for Colin Ferguson. This one was an upset winner, 3 stars back, ridden by Jamar Jackson at 23-1. Won at the nuns of 4 level. Subsequent to that, has raced twice. Both efforts came at the $1 million level. Now steps down to 700,000, and that looks to be in a spot where he should be able to acquit himself well. And the market signals are strong early in the wagering at odds of 3-1. So Dimitri P. want to have on the right side as well. Looks quite competitive. Race number 1, as are all the races on the card. And this is a nice way to start our regular 6 and Catch 9. I'm going for 8-7-4-1 as my order of preference. I Realize to get the better of the Real Identity, She's My Hedge Fund, and Dimitri P. Let's all take a look at my regular 6 and Catch 9 tickets for the Sunday card. Starting off in race number 1 with 1, 4, 7, and 8, the aforementioned quartet of interest. Dimitri P, She's My Hedge Fund, The Real Identity, and I Realize. Race number 2, make it 1, 2, and 5, Chesney, Rockola, and Successful Man. Race 3, identical numbers 1, 2, and 5, Blind Vengeance, You're My Sweetie, and Life is Light. Race number 4, make it 1, 3, 4, and 5, Wicked Cassie, Oro Oro, Matuso, and Unruly Dawn. Race number 5, make it 7 and 10. The match race here, Restoration versus undisclosed location. And race number 6, 6, 8, and 9. Shine for Me, Storm Boy, and Miss Linton. Please note that number 1, security code is a scratch out of race number 6. Cost of that ticket, which is missing some way, somehow. Sometimes these numbers become magical numbers. They're expected to turn up some places and they just don't turn up. So the cost of that ticket is $8,640, and that is indeed my Reggae 6 ticket. So the cost of that Reggae 6 ticket, $8,640. That's my idea of a very live Reggae 6 ticket. Minimum guarantee payout $3 million, jackpot over $4 million. Catch 9 kicks off in race number 1 as well. And the Catch 9 starts off with 1, 4, 7, and 8. So maintaining those 4 horses of interest. Dimitri P, She's My Henchard, The Real Identity, and I Realize. Race number 2, make it 1, 2, and 5. Chesney Rocola and Successful Man. Race 3, banking on number 2, You're My Sweetie. Race number 4, make it 1, 3, and 5. Wicked Cassie, Oro Oro, and Unruly Dawn. Race number 5, taking a match race here, 7 and 10. Restoration versus undisclosed location. Race number 6, taking a chance and making number 6 a single, and that's Shine for Me. Race number 7, the Sunnyside Stakes, make it 1, 3, 6, and 7. Tailor Made, Gulfstream Cat, 1 Ianza Lynx, and Giving Thanks. Race number 8, the penultimate leg of the Catch 9, make it 1 and 7. Brahma Bull versus Slam Sharp. And race number 9, the third running of the Wheel in Charge, make it 3 and 8. Rainsville versus Interesting Times Ahead. Scratch number 6, Super Alex. 5,760 will get you my Catch 9 ticket. Best of luck wagering on Catch 9 and Reggae 6. Both kick off in race number 1. And as I always tell you, if you don't start, you can't finish. So try to ensure that you get off to a winning start on both of these major exotic wager opportunities. Race number 2 is next. We'll kick off the place spot 8 and quick 4 here. Both have a minimum guarantee bet of $250,000. We have a field of 6, and this is the restricted allowance 5 level for nature bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2 and importees 4 years and up, maidens. The purse here is $750,000. Small but competitive looking second event. My best 4 includes 1 Chesney, 2 Rocola, 3 Bubbling Brown Sugar, and 5 Successful Man. 1, 2, 3, and 5. That's what I'm expecting. The winner, the exacta, and hopefully the trifecta to come from here in the order of 5, 2, and 1. So number 5, Successful Man, is my top selection. Has run below expectation the last 2 races. 5 to 2 last time out, 11 by 30 lengths to the Soul Warrior, Chesney, and Rocola. Both Chesney and Rocola are present here, so it's a rematch among these horses. Rocola, Chesney, and Successful Man. 2 starter back, Successful Man, fought by 5.5 lengths behind Bobby 2 Bad, Rocola, and Bubbling Brown Sugar. So it's a rematch among 4 horses in this lineup: Bubbling Brown Sugar, Chesney, Rocola, and Successful Man. So it's going to be an interesting type of race. Successful Man, prior to his last 2 below par efforts, had 4 consecutive runner-up efforts. Second by 2 1/4 lengths behind Uncle Peck, going a mile. And we saw Uncle Peck win easily in the class above yesterday. Second by 3/4 lengths, going 6.5 furlongs behind Solace. Second by 5 lengths to Buttercup, going 7 furlongs in the Jockeys Guild race that day, the Jockeys Association race. And we have Successful Man finishing second by length behind Papy Don, going 9 furlongs and 25 yards. So 4 consecutive run-up efforts prior. And any of those 4 efforts reproduced here should see Successful Man fighting out the finish. And that could be a successful fight for him. Number 2 is Rocola, third by half length last time out, ridden by Shane Edis. It's now Dane McKenzie that picks up the multiplication Shane Edis. And notably, he gets a pull at the scale from 55 kilos to 51 kilos. So that's going to be 4 kilos lighter. And this Rocola has 1 win, which came with Dane McKenzie aboard. So he's reunited with Rocola. And he had 2 strong run-up efforts aboard Rocola, this Dane McKenzie. Second by a short head, first attempt at nuns of 2 behind Have a Joy. And second attempt at nuns of 2, second by length behind Bobby 2 Bad. And this Rocola has competed against some useful horses as a 3-year-old. He was second behind the likes of Brenda Boy, second by length going 8 furlong, second by length behind the likes of Mac and Rome. Brenda Boy and Mac and Rome have advanced and gone up to much higher classes. So this Rocola, he has the back class to really get the job done at 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. So he's going to have a great chance of being on saddle in the winner's enclosure. Chesney, an imported maiden, got close last time out on Mute Mile Day, second by a short head behind the Soul Warrior, who was a 99 to 1. Shocker. 16,000 plus for the win dividend there for the Soul Warrior. So that was one that really turned the form book upside down. So Chesney, back here now, not the most consistent of racers. She runs a good race now, then she runs not so good race next couple of times. Then she comes back and runs a good race. So one wonders what will be the approach here by Chesney today. If she runs as good as she did the last time, she can definitely fight out the finish and win. Dane Dawkins, he maintains amount here for trainer Stephen Todd and owner Black Brothers. Bubbling Brown Sugar comes out of that same The Soul Warrior Chesney Rockola event where Successful Man was also present. So this Bubbling Brown Sugar has been on the upgrade in recent times. Second by less than 3/4 to Noble Sovereign, going 7 furlongs. That was on the 25th of October. So a similar effort. We'll see Bubbling Brown Sugar being right there when it's being decided. Jaheim Anderson picks up the mount for Trainer Ryan Darby. Bubbling Brown Sugar from a better break. This one can definitely be right there when it's being decided. Hindered early in that 6.5 furlong contest, which was won by the Soul Warrior over Chesney and Rockola. So it's a field of 5, and it can definitely go anyway. The other two runners, Don't Tell Lulu, number 4, Tevin Foster, notable choice of rider here. He rides a Howard Bailey. This one could have a good run to offer today. And the other horse, Kellan, number 6, Roger Huge rides for trainer Adolan Bally Jr. And I just told you about the Soul Warrior at 2 long 9s. Roger Huge was a jockey aboard the Soul Warrior, so maybe that's going to be a rig to look for. Here, Kellan is the one that rounds out the field. Should come right down to the wire. I'm going 5-2-1-3 as my order of preference. Successful Man over Rockola, Chesney, and Bubbling Brown Sugar. Race number 4 is next. Here's where we'll kick off the Twilight 6. Minimum guarantee period is 3 million. We have a field of 6. They go a distance of 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds. The purse $1,050,000. Early 5-star mandatory period kicks off in the 3rd. My best 4 includes 1, Blind Vengeance, 2, You're My Sweetie, 4, Chief in Command, and 5, Life is Light. 1, 2, 4, and 5. That's where we're going in race number 3. Number 2, You're My Sweetie continues to find 1, 2 good. Last time out went over at 4-5. As a matter of fact, looking at the past performances here, her last 7 races, she has been sent off at short prices. 4-5, 3-5, 3 consecutive outings, 3-5, 9-5, 6-5, 2-1, 7-2. Going as far as 8 starts are back. So this one is one that we call a ticket burner. Very expensive to follow, a pocket burner. So You're My Sweetie has finished second on 4 over the last 6. So she keeps on looking convincing, looking that this is going to be the day that she'll win. The thing is, she's void of early pace and speed when sprinting. When stretching out, she's more forward the pace, but she becomes one pace. She's back to sprinting again. Went 5 round last time out, second by 2 1/4 The Dark Swan was running on from well off the pace. And she gets half a furlong along the travel. Looking at the event, not really seeing much to recommend to beat You're My Sweetie. So it's a by default selection that I'm working with You're My Sweetie here. And one thing that's not going to augur well for her chances is the fact that there's not much speed in the race. So she's the type of horse that appears to be a run-on sprinter, and run-on sprinters usually require strong pace ahead of them to be able to be effective in deep stretch. Well, who's going to be the pace here? Blind Vengeance has really shown much speed. Fortunate Blessing is a trailer. Chief in Command also lags behind. There's Life is Light, who can have some mid-race pace, but in terms of early speed, she hasn't displayed that so far. And Worries Again. This one has raced twice. Hasn't really shown much speed either. So how is You're My Sweetie going to win this race? You're My Sweetie, chances are she's going to have to try to be earlier, closer to the pace, and not allow that to mitigate against her chances. So it's a ticklish situation here for You're My Sweetie. But as I said, by default, it's going to be the top selection. So I'm taking You're My Sweetie again. But if you don't win this time, I'll be the least surprised. Blind Vengeance showed some improvement last time out 5th by 12 3/4 lengths. Behind Good Conscience, Nebuchadnezzar, and Papy Uso. That was on Mute Mile Day. We saw Papy Uso win by 10 lengths yesterday. Now, take into consideration the margin of the first 3 horses past the post in this event of the 6th of December. Good Conscience won by 2 1/4 lengths. The margin between Nebuchadnezzar and Papy Uso was 4 lengths. So the combination is 6 1/4 lengths between first and third. And this is the type of perspective I like to take on some of these maiden horses that finished double-digit lengths behind the winner. Now, this Blind Vengeance was 5th by 12 3/4 lengths behind the winner, which was Good Conscience. Now, the combination of first to third margin is 6 1/4 lengths. So you do the calculations, 6 1/4 from 12 3/4, basically 6.5. So this Blind Vengeance was 6.5 lengths behind the second runner-up, Papy Uso, who won by 10 lengths yesterday. So that's going to be an encouraging enough form line to look at this Blind Vengeance very seriously. Now, what's going to add to the respectability of his chances is the fitting of the blinkers, which should see him showing speed. Now, he has raced in the blinkers once. That was at 5 furlongs round on the 23rd of November and was second by 3.5 lengths at the half mile. Weakening to finish 7 by 40 lengths to Almastelist, Diesel Train, and Papy Uso. Now, Diesel Train came back to win by some 10 or more lengths. Nebuchadnezzar, who was second behind Good Conscience in that 6th of December race, where Papy Uso was third, Nebuchadnezzar came back and won when next in town. So the form lines looking beneath the winners, runner-up, and second runner-up horses, the form lines for Blind Vengeance are very encouraging. So if you're looking for that horse to jump out there, find the lead, relax on the lead, quicken when necessary, and hold on from You're My Sweetie, it could very well be Blind Vengeance. Number 5, Life is Light. Although that's quite capable. This one, 4 by 5 1/4 lengths, the dark one in that same race, so You're My Sweetie was second. So Life is Light showed some improvement there at 46-1. And this is the type that we're going to keep on the right side. Nevertheless, Anthony Allen picks up the mount for the second consecutive occasion, riding here for Gary Griffiths and owner J.J. Tash. So Life is Light could be one of those horses that can bounce out of the gate, show good pace this time around, and find herself in a challenging position at the top of the lane. Chief in Command went over 2-2 on debut on the 15th of June. Was 8 by 11 3/4 length behind Native Flyer, Enthusiasm, and Prima Suprema. Since then, has been quite whispered. Went off at 92 on one occasion, 8-1 last time out, but he has carried himself void of early speed and pace. So he's hard to recommend as far as sprinting with the principals are concerned. But who are the principals here? There are not much sprinters here. There are not much speedsters here. So we could see Chief in Command improving in his performance. Ian Spence, also known as Dollar Baby, picks up the mount for trainer Spencer Strong and Orthodox Stables. This Chief in Command, one to keep on the right side as well. It's a small field of 6. The top selection is You're My Sweetie, but as I said, if You're My Sweetie find yourself lagging behind, there's not much speed, somebody gets away from her, she runs on again, finishes second again, I'll be the least surprised. So going here tentatively for number 2, You're My Sweetie, to get the better of number 5, Life is Light, and I'm very encouraged about the reading of this Blind Vengeance. Blinkers on. That margin behind Papy Uso, Nebuchadnezzar, next out winners. This one looks quite appealing. And number 4, Chief in Command gets the 4th choice. So 2-5-1-4 in an interesting looking third event. Race number 4 is next. We'll begin the Twilight 6 here. Minimum guarantee paid is 4 million. We have a field of 7. They go a distance of 1,600 meters, 8 furlongs or a mile. It's a restricted allowance, 3 for nature bred, 4 years and up, nuns of 4, and importees 4 years and up, non-winners of 3. The purse is 820,000. Wiki Castle number 1, an impressive winner on Mute Mile Day. First by 6 3/4 lengths, beating Noble Sovereign and Princess Vianney. We saw Princess Vianney run yesterday. She was on pace for the last half of the race. The race was run easily by Uncle Peck. So Wicked Cassie, this importee, has been second on at least 4 of her last 7 or 8 races, make that second 5 of her last 10 races. So she is one that usually gives that honest effort, and she appears to be improving at the right time. And that manner of victory last time out, 6 3/4 lengths clear in 128.4 for 7 furlongs, suggests to me that she can win in the class above. Dane Nelson maintains them out here for Patrick Lynch, and Wicked Cassie is going to be my top selection for the 4th event. Oro number 3 finished energetically in that 7 furlong contest, won by Shooting Star over Brenda Boy and on Rudon. Brenda Boy came back to win next in town. Oro was running for the 2nd time locally, and 5th by 4 1/4 lengths, showing late footing there, suggests that she could easily get a mile. Shane Richardson rides for trainer Matthew Williams and owner Oak Ridge Farms. Oro can definitely bounce back to competitive ways here. Number 5 is Unruly Dawn. This one has been fairly prominent most of the last 6 or 7 races, always for the place, so he's going to be one that you have to factor into all calculations here. Number 7 is Blue Sensation. Blue Sensation has Dean Dawkins riding for Peter Napassard. Peter Napassard had a triple yesterday, so he's looking to continue the good form onto the Sunday card. So Blue Sensation is going to be one to keep on the right side as well. Make it 1, 3, 5, and 7. 1, 3, 5, and 7, my order of preference for race number 4. And that's Wicked Cassie to get the better of Oro on Ruridon and Blue Sensation. Twilight 6 kicks off in race number 4. Minimum guarantee pay of 3 million. Let's now take a look at my Twilight 6 ticket for this Sunday card. Kicking off in the 4th event with 1, 3, 4, and 5, the aforementioned quarter of interest, Wicked Cassie, Oro Oro, Matuso, and on Ruridon. Race number 5, 7, and 10. That's going to be the match race, Restoration versus Undisclosed Location. Race number 6, 6, 8, and 9, Shine For Me, Storm Boy, and Miss Linton. Please note that number 1 security code is a scratch. Race number 7, the Sunnyside Stakes, make it 1, 3, 6, and 7, Tailor Made, Godstream Cat, 1 Ianza Links, and Giving Thanks. Race number 8, going here for 1 and 7. A match race here, Brahma Bull versus Slam Shop. Brahma Bull versus Slam Shop. Race number 8. Race number 9, the third one of the Wheel in Charge Trophy or feature race today. Taking numbers 3, 5, 7, and 8 as the quartet to close off the Twilight 6. Rinsville number 3. Crown Chaser number 5. Mark My Identity number 7. And Interesting Times Ahead, number 8, 3, 5, 7, and 8. 7,680, that will get you my Twilight 6 ticket. So, Twilight 6 ticket, 7,680. This is going to be the final Twilight 6 before Christmas, of course. Christmas Day comes up on Thursday, the 25th of December. And, or earlier, tickets, the Reggae 6 and Catch 9 are going to be the final Reggae 6 and Catch 9 tickets before Christmas. So, let's hope that we can get these tickets in on an encashing way today. So the final Twilight 6 before Christmas, let's see if we can be in the winning lines today. Race number 5 is next. We'll kick off the late 5-star here. Remember, today is mandatory appearance in the early 5-star. Well over $1.5 million in the jackpot converted to a carryover, and the late 5-star will kick off in race number 5. It's for the claiming level, $350, $250,000, $60 up nuns of 3, and native bred 5-year-old maidens. The purse is $700,000. They go 800 meters straight or 4 furlongs straight. A field of 13 assembled to go posted, inclusive of my charge, number 7 Restoration, the winner of this year's Grooms Association of Jamaica Trophy. That came on the 29th of March at 21-1 with 6-time champion jockey Omar Walker in the saddle. Beating a breath of fresh air by a head, Hot Red Scammer third, just ahead away. It was a blanket finish. Restoration. I got this one via the claim on the 17th of November. Claim from Anthony Nunes when he won, going 4 furlongs straight, beating Adenosine and Phoenix Risen. Started him at 700,000 next in town on the 9th of February, third by 3 lengths behind Iguan and Matuso. So he delivered a win on the 29th of March, and then stepped up to nuns of 4 on 3 consecutive occasions. Showed good speed for the first 2 attempts at nuns of 4. 7 by 9 and 3/4 lengths to Midnight Flight, Smart Trick, and Justin Big Time in 58.3. His final time was 1 minute and 3/5 of a second. Next in town, on the 1st of August, he spared the race due to soundness issues. He was drawn post 6 in a 5-straight contest, ridden by Clive Lynch, 55 kilos, and he was prominent at the quarter pole, 3rd by 3/4 of a length. He showed good speed coming out of the gate, 4th by 7 1/4 at the furlong pole, and finished up 5th by 12 3/4. So Bold Move, Miss Cherry, and King's Crown. And we're seeing the likes of Bold Move, Miss Cherry. They are competed in the grade above. They are restricted stakes, and they are performing quite well. Now, Restoration, on the 6th of September, he ran below expectation, to say the least. 6 by 19.5 lengths trail the field behind Come Home to Me, Play Fair, and Richard Sirags in 58 and 4/5 of a second. So corrections have opted to throw this one in on a tag at the 350,000 level. And Restoration now cuts back in distance from 5 furlongs straight to 4 furlongs straight. Notably, he has been signed to run over the straight course in all 8 career starts. 4 furlongs straight on his first 3 attempts. Then I took him 5 furlongs straight for the next 5 attempts, and now I'm carrying him back to 4 furlongs straight. This Restoration has started 8 times, 3 wins. Of course, his first 2 wins came on the care of trainer Anthony Nunes. His 3rd win came under my care, and he has a 2nd and a 3rd. So he is quite productive in a career which is short thus far. 8 starts, 3 wins, 1/3, 1 second. So he fits very snugly among 350 claimers at 4 furlong straight. Jaheim Addis picks up the mount. He was aboard a winner from me earlier this year at 75 to 1. Hijo Primero for owner David Forbes. So he's now called to ride. Stepping off 4 kilos of dot in 57 kilo weights. It's going to be 53 kilos here for Restoration. And coming 4 furlong straight at 350. Restoration, once he comes out of this, the matter of fact, the closest they should be to Restoration today is when they line up in the starting gate. The closest that these horses should be to Restoration is when they're lined up in the starting gate. So once Restoration comes out of the starting gate in good order and gets into stride quickly, which he should, it should be a matter of how far Restoration wins this event. The talk of the town is undisclosed occasion for obvious reasons. And this one led for a long way last time out, going 5 round. Second by a length and a half behind Tigray Express in 102 flat. Steps down from 500 to 350 for obvious reasons. Undisclosed occasion has won 2 races from 20 starts. So he's a non-loser of 3. Restoration has won 3 races from 8 starts. Restoration is a non-loser of 4. So you have a non-loser of 4 going up against a non-loser of 3. Both of them are 4-year-olds. And incidentally, both of them are formally trained by Anthony Nunes. Now, undisclosed occasion has 57 kilos. Restoration allotted 57 kilos, but gets a 4 kilo claim. That will see him getting 4 kilos from undisclosed occasion. So, a non-loser of 4, getting weight from a non-loser of 3. 4 furlong straight. I'm going to look it on very intently later on to see how this race is going to unfold. Both of them appear to have the rest of the field well measured. So this appears to be somewhat of a match race. Air of Fire represents the best of the others. Tevin Foster rides for Howard Bailey. They'll be teaming up in race number 2 as well with Don't Tell Lulu. So Air of Fire. Run up last time out to Phoenix Riz in 47 flat for 4 furlong straight. And if you draw a line through Phoenix Risen, Restoration beat Phoenix Risen by 4.5 lengths when he came to claiming for the first time. So that's going to be a good enough indicator of what to expect here in this 5th event. Number 13, Last Dance, ultra consistent mare. She's always on the frame, so it's one of your key horses for your exotics, such as your trifectas, superfectas, and high fives. Restoration, to give it to them later on in race number 5 over undisclosed occasion. Air of Fire and Last Dance. Race number 6 is next. We'll begin the strike 4 here. Minimum guarantee paid a half a bidder. We have a field of 12. Declare to go poster at scratch number 1. Security code. It's a restricted allowance 5 for nature bred, 5 year old nuns of 2, and imported 5 year old maidens. The purse here is 720,000. They go 1,100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. My best 4 includes 6 Shine For Me, 8 Storm Boy, 9 Miss Linton, and 11 Blinding Light. 6, 8, 9, and 11. That's where we're going in race number 6. Number 6 is Shine For Me. Big effort. First attempt at nuns of, well, actually, that was after winning the maiden race. First attempt after the maiden victory at nuns of 2. Second by a length and a half to Empress in the Breeze. Led for 5 furlongs in that 6.5 furlong contest and was just run out of it in deep stretch. Dermar Williams picks up the mount, riding here for Paul Swaby and Crown Racing. Shine For Me has a habit to drift off a true line significantly inside the final quarter of our races. So once he can negotiate the bends properly and once he can keep as straight a course as possible throughout the final third and a half of this event, Shine For Me should be able to shine for us and get the job done. Storm Boy has been quite consistent. Second 3 of the last 5 outings. Last time out, a scratch deemed injured. So his usual honest effort should see him on the premises as well. Philip Partridge rides for Courtney Williams. Number 9, Miss Linton, disappointed last time out at 4-5. Fought by 3 3/4 lengths to Newton Lynx, Briscoe, and Steen. Tevin Foster rides for Robert French. Figure it now fitted for the first time. Hopefully, it will have its desired effect. And number 11, Blinded Light, continues to run well. Runner-up, going 4.5 furlong straight behind Sudden Flight, who's a multiple winner, was 5th at nuns of 2. 3 starter back, 2nd among multiple winners again, Donald Mighty. So Blinded Light has been running fairly well among winners, though this one is still a maiden after 28 attempts. So the usual honest effort here should see Blinded Light making all our exotics such as your trifectas, superfectas, high fives. Going here for number 6, Shine For Me. Over number 8, Storm Boy. Then 9, Miss Linton. And 11, Blinded Light. 6, 8, 9, 11. Here in race number 6. Race number 7 is next. We'll begin the late triple here. This is the Sunnyside Stakes. It's a maiden special event for native bred 3-year-old fillies only. They go a distance of 1,000 meters around the 5 furlongs on the purse. Is $1,010,000. My best 4 includes 1 Tailor Made, 3 Gulfstream Cat, 6 1 Ianza Links, and 7 Giving Thanks. 1, 3, 6, and 7. Incidentally, there are 6 first-time starters in a field of 7. So we have a lot of unknown quantities here. The only horse that we have seen already is my friend Mickey, number 4, and Day Nelson, a notable choice of rider here. He picks up the mount for trainer Gary Griffiths and owner Philip Azar. Figure it on first-time Lasix, 5th on debut by 6.5 lengths to Salute the Dawn, Fidelity and Maybell, 5th by 6 on the quarter, then second time out to God's Plan, Maybell, and Fidelity. So the experience should count for something here with my friend Mickey, as well as, of course, first-time Lasix and figure 8 being fitted. The newcomers look quite attractive. Number 7, Giving Thanks. This one, an early foal on the 18th of January. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Burn Identity out of the Stormcraft Dam Lightning Lady. And that makes her a half to Firecracker. And notably, she has been working alongside Firecracker, her older sister, at exercise in the mornings. Owned and Brent Dacon's family. Trained Philip Fiano, D. Tevin Foster rides tongue-tie on for the debut. And Giving Thanks has worked fairly well, went 35 and change on the 25th of November. 39 around the bend on the 16th of December. So Giving Thanks should acquit herself well first time of asking. Tailor Made foaled on the 14th of April. She's a 2-year-old grey filly by Avenue Melcano out of the Easy Thing Dam, Another Fury. Bred Orange Valley Estate Limited, owned Dr. Graham Brown and Elizabeth DaCosta, trained by Jason DaCosta. Abigail Abel will be aboard. Lasix for the debut has worked well, 47.3 for 4 furlongs straight on the 29th of November, went 35.4 for 3 furlongs round on the 16th of November. So Tailor Made is expected to acquit herself well. Number 3 is Gulfstream Cat. Interesting the name. This one foaled on the 3rd of April. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Savoy Storm out of the Burning Mark Dam, Burning Clearance. That makes her half sister, the Burning Hedge. This year's 1,000 Guineas winner and a runner-up in the Jamaica Derby. Gulfstream Cat is owned, trained, bred by Carl Addison. The groom is Courtney Newman. Philip Parchment picks up the mount. This one will have blinkers, tongue tie, and Lasix for the debut. So it appears as if Carl Addison has left absolutely no stones unturned in getting Gulfstream Cat to the races for her debut. Has worked fairly well on the 22nd of November, 3 furlongs round in 37.1, with a half mile in 53.2 on the 29th of November, when 3 furlongs round in 39 flat on the 11th of December, and on the 13th of December last week, 5.5 in 10, made that 112 by 106. So she appears well prepared. No fast times, no flashy times, but blinkers, tongue tie, Lasix, well bred, bred in the purple, a half sister to Burning Hedge, classic winner. Gulfstream Cat, definitely one to respect here. And big up to our friends over there at Gulfstream, particularly Peter Aiello, the ace commentator there at Gulfstream Park. So this one, named Gulfstream Cat, indeed. Quite an interesting name here. Number 6 is 1 Ianza Links. This one foaled on the 23rd of March. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Casual Chick out of the legal process. Damn Nip It. She's bred for speed, bred by Michael Bernard, owned Ian Lodge, trained Anthony Nunes, Dane Dawkins picks up the mount. The groom Tariq Taylor, and 1 Ianza Links will have tongue tie and Lasix on for the debut. Has worked fairly well. Went a half mile in 51.2, 16th of November. Went a half mile in 50 and a 50 of a second on the 23rd of November. A half mile in 49.1, so showed improvement there on the 30th of November. Went 4 furlongs straight in 49.3 by 105.2. And the last timed exercise gallop on the 14th of December, last week Sunday, 5 furlongs rounded 103 flat. So 1 Ianza Links has also carried herself quite well. The other 2 runners, Lexi Lou number 2. This one is a late foal on the 3rd of June. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Avalon Melcano out of the traditional dam, Her Royal Highness. Bred Aston Marsh, owned Philip Hazard, trained Gear Sir Barty Carlton. Malcolm picks up the mount. Lexi Lou will have Lasix for the debut, and this one has worked fairly well. Went 37 and a 50 of a second on the 15th of December. That's 37-1 around the bend. Stroll 3 furlongs in 41-1. Stroll 3 in 40 and 2/5. So you know that Gary Sabrati doesn't rev his horses at exercise. So these works are in keeping with those standards. So Lexilu, look for this one later on at the tote and the fixed odds to see what kind of betting is coming in on this one. But as I said, this is a late foal, and in terms of the thoroughbred racing world, late foals are usually behind on maturity versus the earlier foals, such as horses that were born in January, February, and March. So when a horse is born in June, those horses that were born January, February, March, even April, they are more advanced physically and mentally. So a late foal will be at somewhat of a disadvantage racing among horses who were born much earlier. That's just the nature of the thoroughbred racing world. So this Lexilu, chances are is going to be behind on, how she moves on the track, how strong her gallop is, and so on and so forth. So on that note, I really couldn't give this one as serious looking as the other early foals. So that's just the nature of the thoroughbred racing world with the time of the year that the horse is born. The other horse of interest is number 5, Delta. Well, the other horse in the lineup is number 5, Delta Gamma. This one foaled on the 7th of March. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Savoy Stomp out of the Blue Pepsi Lodge, Dam Rogama. Bred Malika Zan Onaya, trained Hall of Fame trainer Richard Zan, Nicarda Car picks at the mount, and the groom here, Timothy Thomas. And this Delta Gamma has no equipment as yet, no Lasix as yet. So it's going to be all raw, natural talent. Delta Gamma went 49 flat for 4 straight on the 24th of November, 103 and a 5th for the 5 straight time. 1st of December, 49-2 by 105-2. 8th of December, 49-4 by 105 flat. So Delta Gamma looks likely to be more beneficial for the exposure of the debut effort, so to speak. So this one, in comparison to the others, we see TaylorMade getting Lasix, Lexilu gets Lasix as well, Gulfstream Cat gets Lasix, my friend Mickey with the experience on her side, 2 runs, she has Lasix, One Yanza Links has Lasix. Giving Thanks though, doesn't have Lasix but has tongue tie. So Delta Gamma may be out for the exposure. An interesting looking Sunnyside Stakes, 6 debutants versus 1, which we have seen already. I'm going for number 7, Giving Thanks, to get the better of number 3, Gulfstream Cat, then 6, 1 Ianza Links, and 1 TaylorMade. This is the type of race that you may want to hit that all button. Race number 8, the start of the late double. We have a field of 8 declared to go postwards. And this is a restricted allowance 2 for native bred 3 nuns of 2. And imported 3 and up maidens, the purse is 1.1 million. My best 4 includes 1 Brahma Bull, 4 Miss Brayton, 7 Slam Sharp, and 8 Cut Out. 1, 4, 7, and 8. That's where we're going in race number 8. Brahma Bull, Dane Nelson Rider, Anthony Nunes, served by 18.5 lengths behind Diesel Train. And I'm outstanding. I'm outstanding one easily yesterday. Brahma Bull cuts back in distance from 7.5 furlongs to 6 furlongs. He did win going 6 furlongs when released in maiden tag. March this year, 116.2, beating I'm outstanding and Althea. So I'm outstanding clearly has improved leaps and bounds over Brahma Bull, and that could speak to some issues that Brahma Bull could have had since his maiden victory. It was run up to Linguist going 6.5 furlongs. First attempt at nuns of 2. That was in April. Raced in May and didn't come back to the races until November. So setbacks along the way there. Once Brahma Bull is fitter for his recent 2 runs, had a run in November, had a run in December, he could be able to use his class to get the job done here. Sam Sharp, number 7. One easily going 6 furlongs with 114.4 when released in maiden tag on the 19th of October. Beat 1 code and Joyful Surprise. Joyful Surprise came back to win. Sam Sharp's first effort at nuns of 2 was at a mile. Second by 4.5 lengths to Princess Chris. Subsequent to that, through a clinker, going 7.5 furlongs, 11 by 20.5 lengths to Diesel Train, I'm Outstanding, and Brahma Bull. But if able to bounce back to that brave nuns of 2 effort for the first attempt, we could see Stamp Sharp returning to the Willows enclosure. Shane Ellis, the man with the BH on his chest, badge of honor for meritorious service in the horse racing industry. He's aboard. He was aboard to victory on the 19th of October, so Slam Sharp should be sharp as an eel later on. Number 8 is Cut Out. Runner-up last time out to Dreamers Corner in a fillies only contest. Takes on a couple of colts here. in the form of Brahma Bull and Slam Sharp. Those are my top 2 selections. So I'm expecting Cutout to have that much more of a difficult task. Jaheim Anderson, though, he'll ride for Leisure Thompson, owner trainer breeder. So Cutout, another encouraging run is expected. Miss Brayton, number 4, another filly in the lineup. Rider Showman Rider Ricardo Brown. Look for her to be finishing fairly effectively coming from off the splits as well. Going 1, 7, 8, and 4 in the 8th and penultimate, the start of the day double. Brahma Bull over Slam Sharp, Cutout, and Miss Brayton. The 9th and final is the third running of the Winning Charge Trophy of feature is today. And overnight allowance contest of 3 years it up. The purse is 1.25 million. 10 declared to go posters. Scratch number 6, Super Alex. They go 1,600 meters, 8 furlongs, or a mile. My best 4 includes 3 Rainsville, 5 Crown Chaser, 7 Mark My Identity, and 8 Interesting Times Ahead. 3, 5, 7, and 8. That's where I'm going in the Winning Charge Trophy. Number 8, Interesting Times Ahead. This one has Anthony Allen chipping off 2 kilos of the allotted 56.5 kilo weight. Trained by Jason Acosta, owned and bred by his mom, Elizabeth Acosta. And this Interesting Times Ahead, his last year's St. Ledger winner, has not really been as consistent. Runs a big race now, wins, then he goes under the radar a couple of times, then he comes back and he runs a big race again, and then he doesn't run such a big race. So hopefully today, he'll be able to put together one of those big races. Jason Acosta has 3 entries, 8, 9, and 10. 9 Brenda Boy and 10 Provident. So Brenda Boy steps up from number 4 to overnight, and Provident has been at overnight for the last 9 outings. So clearly Provident should be the better of the 2. Coming from the outside post, Tevin Foster picks up the motor board. Provident. So let's see how the Jason Acosta trio will perform here. Of the trio, I'm going for the one owned by Elizabeth Acosta. Interesting Times Ahead. Number 3 is Rainsville. Tajay Sekou picks up the mount here for trainer Ron Crichton. And this Rainsville reports from a change of barn, formerly trained by Hall of Fame trainer Ruth Zan. And this Rainsville has been thereabouts. 4 by 2 and 2.25 last time out behind Unspun, Interesting Times Ahead, and Provident. And the 3 starts are back 3rd by 3 3/4 to Grovano and Super Alex. So any of those efforts we produce, and possibly if he can step up on those efforts, we could see Rainsville getting a job done as well. Number 5 is Crown Chaser, last year's Derby winner. Had back-to-back wins recently, nuns of 3, nuns of 4. Went stepping up in class, went all the way up to the Jamaica Cup level, and was beaten 8 by 15 lengths behind the Mojito, Grovano, Ron Julio, among others. So gets regular overnight horses to compete with now. Dane the Warrior Chief Nelson picks up the mount for Anthony Nunes and the Shevan Maharaj. Crown Chaser's stamina sees him effective at a mile, and he last one at a mile in 1:40 and 3/5 of a second, beating on Rudy Dunn and Brenda Boy. So you can look forward to Crown Chaser to be finishing very well in deep stretch. Mark My Identity, up in class after 3 consecutive victories, 1 at nuns of 2, 1 at nuns of 4, back-to-back races. So 3 consecutive victories, beat American Aviator last time out, beat American Aviator twice actually. So up to overnight for the first time, appears to be on the upgrade at the right time. Dane Dawkins maintains the mount for the 6th consecutive occasion, riding for trainer Byron Davis. Mark My Identity should acquit himself well first time at overnight allowance. The third one of the Winning Charge Trophy goes 8-3-5-7 for me, and that's Interesting Times Ahead over Rainsville, Crown Chaser, and Mark My Identity. That's the handicapping seminar for you today, and I sincerely hope that that analysis would have been a fairly decent guide for you. And at the end of today's wagering, you'll be a winner wagering Caymanas Park Racing right here at Caymanas Park, all the OTBs Island, while also on the SV Games app, wagering through MBet, and also on ExpressBet, NaraBets, and the Woodbine mobile betting platform, and also on FanDuel. Have a great day wagering Sunday racing at Caymanas Park.
And we're here to start off this Sunday, day two of another two-day racing weekend, the last one before Christmas. So if you haven't made your money yet, today's the day to make your Christmas money today. So in the first race here, there are two horses that are vying for favoritism, both in the tote and at the fixers winners. That's number 7, I mean 8, I realize, and number 7, the Real Identity. Both of these are currently at 220 at the fixers winners. So those are two main sellers in the first race. Number 1, Dimitri P at $5 is selling, and number 4, She's My Hedge Fund as well, currently at $6. But the big bulk of the betting is between 7, the Real Identity, now up to 240, and 8, I Realize, currently at 220. Looking a little later down, in race 6, Shine For Me, that's the one that they're all over from early, open at $4. Bet down to 260 from the windows open this morning. And race 7, Tailor Made, open at $3, down to $1.40. Great support for that one, first time out. And in race 8, Brahma Bull, open at $3, very heavily bet down to 150. So those are the three later on that are really getting pretty good early support. That's race 6, Shine For Me, race 7, Tailor Made, and race 8, Brahma Bull. And back to race number 1 here, it's the Real Identity, currently at 240, and number 8, I Realize, currently at 220. Those are the best-selling winners, best-selling runners at the fixers winners here for race number 1. So good luck.
Attention, please. Marlon Anderson and Andrick Hook asked to go to the storage room. Marlon Anderson, Andrick Hook, please go now to the storage room. Horses take the track for the first. It's for 3-year-olds and up, an optional claiming event. 700,000 to 600,000 the tag. Also 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4, and imported 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3. The distance 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. Number 1, Dimitri P. Well, no overweight there. 2, Fly Messenger Fly, 57 kilos or 126 pounds. 3, Sweet Victory, 53 or 117. 4, She's My Hedge Fund, 54 or 119. 5, Princess Talisi, 53 or 117. 6, Charming Sound, 49 or 108. 8, I Realize, 53 or 117. 9, Brinks, 51 or 112. Wagering on double event, exacta, quinella trifecta, superfecta, high 5. A rolling triple, a Reggae 6 and Catch 9, they both begin here. A Reggae 6 has a single winner bonus of almost 5 million, and the Catch 9 in excess of 344,000. Catch 9 on its way to 600,000, Reggae 6 heading to 7 million. Get your wagers on.
So the runners are on their way to post. This is race number 1. The Reggae 6 starts here. Reggae 6 clearing 7 million, heading to 7.5 million. The Catch 9 approaching 650,000. We also have high 5 wagering. That's approaching 300,000. Get your bets on. Runners making their way to post.
Hello again, Thorpe Racing fans, and welcome to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby, home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbreds, and home of the Multi Mile. We have 9 races in store for you today. Our feature is the third runner of the Winning Chart Trophy, as well as we have the Sunnyside Stakes. The first event, horse on the way to the gate for the start of the regular 6 and catch stand. Regular 6 pool at 7.5 million. Catch stand pool is at 650,000. It's a field of 10. These are the claimers, the 700,000 or the 600,000 claimer level, and they go 7.5 furlongs or 1,500 meters. The purse here, 820,000. Top selection goes to number 8. I realize Demar Williams or Alfred Brown. This one steps down from 1 million down to 700,000. Looks well presented, and at 65. Should be able to come out on top. Second choice goes to number 7, the Real Identity. Radish Roman teams up with Anthony Nunes. They won the last race yesterday with the Hot Dancer, the Real Identity. And later on in sort, 7.5 furlongs will be right up his street, so he's going to be a late threat to I Realize. Number 4 is She's My Hedge Fund. Gets good support at 7-2. Tevin Foster riding for Joseph Thomas. This one reports first time off the claim. And she has good back class, and she's looking well. And she gets support in the market at 7-2. Number 1, Dimitri P gets 4-1. He steps down from 1 million. Didn't get as close to the million though, so get some class to lead nevertheless. And the market signals are strong at 4-1. Christopher Mamdine riding for Colin Ferguson and owner Mark Perry. 8-4-7-1. Make that 8-7-4-1 for me in race number 1. A competitive looking first event. I Realize, the Real Identity, She's My Hedge Fund, and Dimitri P.
So they've closed up the front of the gates as the high 5 heads to 400,000. The catch 9 is heading for 700,000 and the Reggae 6, 8 million. Loading up. We'll begin shortly. Get your wagers on. Horses now loading. Dimitri P, the first one in. So if you haven't wagered, you need to hurry. So one is loaded thus far. Fly Messenger Fly coming into 2. Theophilus Jackson riding. Sweet Victory will be next at 3. So loading up continues. So 3 have loaded thus far. Rider off She's My Hedge Fund, who they try with at 4. She's My Hedge Fund reluctant to load. Tevin Foster waiting to climb aboard when she's ready. So they've now opened gate 4. She's My Hedge Fund continues to fight off the attendants. Now she's in. Tevin will get seated. I Realize comes into 8. A Brinks joins the field in the gate. Lucy in the Sky loads at 10. Princess Talisi coming into 5. Charming Sound will load at 6. And then Radish Roman. Will bring the Real Identity into 7. 7.5 furlongs, field in line for the first. The first of 9, thereof immediately Fly Messenger Fly misses it. Also coming off slowly, that was Princess Talisi. They all have catching up to do. Lucy in the Sky got a good start. Brinks is rushing up now to challenge. There goes I Realize as they charge away toward the final 6. Lucy in the Sky on the outside, just the leader as they pass that 6 furlong point. I Realize is a half a length down on the inside rail. Brinks is kept off them 5 off that lead. The Real Identity races up next. She's my hedge fund joining that one on the outside. Charming Sound the Grey is 2 further lengths behind. They leave the 5. Dimitri P runs the rail. A break up some 4 lengths back to Sweet Victory. Behind those, that's Princess Talisi, and last of all, the slow starter, Fly Messenger Fly, as they've left the half mile and run toward the 7/16th. The war up front continues. Lucy in the Sky racing out wide. I Realize quickening up on the rail, and I Realize now grabs the lead, a narrow one. Lucy in the Sky stepping off the rail. The Real Identity now edging closer, also coming on. That's She's My Hedge Fund. A break back to the great Charming Sound. Sweet Victory and Dimitri P come next. Princess Talisa toward the back, then Brinks. Forget Fly Messenger Fly as they've turned into the top of the lane. Less than a quarter of a mile to run, and the Real Identity now under a ride grabs that lead. It's the Real Identity beginning to come away. I Realize under the stick but going nowhere. Sweet Victory has a mountain to climb along with the rest, but it's the Real Identity who holds the advantage. A good-looking lead. Inside the final 16th, it's the Real Identity in the hands of the champion jockey Radish Roman. They won't catch the Real Identity. He's gone. He's down in the end to win by maybe 6. Sweet Victory is second. Princess Talisi is third. Close. Could be I Realize over Charming Sound. We have claims in the first. Number 4, She's My Hedge Fund. 1 submitted. That claim void. Void the claim for She's My Hedge Fund. The same for I Realize. 1 submitted. That claim also void.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 1, number 7, The Real Identity. 5-year-old dark beer brown horse by Burn Identity. Miss Feisty by Takrub. Bred Eric Martin. Owned Andrew Donalds. Trained Anthony Babanunis. The winning rider, the Sneaky Fox, Radish Roman, the champion jock. The groom, Andre Muir. Second, number 3, Sweet Victory. Third, number 5, Princess Talisi. Fourth, number 8, I Realize. And fifth, number 6, Charming Sound. Final time for 7.5 furlongs, 137 flat.
Field in line for the first. The first of 9. Thereafter immediately Fly Messenger Fly misses it. Also coming off slowly, that was Princess Talisi. They all have catching up to do. Lucy in the Sky got a good start. Brinks is rushing up now to challenge. There goes I Realize as they charge away toward the final 6. Lucy in the Sky on the outside, just the leader as they pass that 6 furlong point. I Realize is a half a length down on the inside rail. Brinks is kept off them 5 off that lead. The Real Identity races up next. She's My Hedge Fund joining that one on the outside. Charming Sound the Grey is 2 further lengths behind. They leave the 5. Dimitri P runs the rail. A break of some 4 lengths back to Sweet Victory. Behind those, that's Princess Talisi, and last of all, the slow starter, Fly Messenger Fly, as they've left the half mile and run toward the 7/16. The war up front continues. Lucy in the Sky racing out wide. I Realize, quickening up on the rail, and I Realize now grabs the lead, a narrow one. Lucy in the Sky stepping off the rail. The Real Identity now edging closer. Also coming on, that's She's My Hedge Fund. A break back to the great Charming Sound. Sweet Victory and Dimitri P come next. Princess Talisa toward the back, then Brinks. Forget Fly Messenger Fly as they've turned into the top of the lane. Less than a quarter of a mile to run, and the Real Identity now under a ride grabs that lead. It's the Real Identity beginning to come away. I Realize under the stick but going nowhere. Sweet Victory has a mountain to climb along with the rest, but it's the Real Identity who holds the advantage. A good-looking lead. Inside the final 16th, it's the Real Identity in the hands of the champion jockey Radish Roman. They won't catch the Real Identity. He's gone. He's down in the end to win by maybe 6. Sweet Victory is second. Princess Talisi is third. Close. Could be I Realize over Charming Sound. Result of the first now official. Horses to the testing bound 5. Princess Talisi. 7. The Real Identity. 5 and 7 both go to be tested. Splits 23-4, 47-4, 115-3. They raced 7.5 furlongs in 137. The margin 6 1/4 by 2.5. Your attention, please. Jaheim Anderson asked to go now to the storage room. Jaheim Anderson wanted in the storage room.
To race number 2, a small field taking part here, and once again, there's just a few horses being bet. Number 2, Rockola, 260, a little bit of support there, and of course, number 5, the total favorite, Successful Man, currently at $2 at the fixed odds window. And some late interest has been coming in on number 3, Bubbling Brown Sugar, currently at $6. So Bubbling Brown Sugar getting some late interest currently at $6, but not a whole lot to say. It hasn't been a whole lot of action taking place thus far at the fixed odds window, but it's Rockola, Successful Man, and some little late interest in Bubbling Brown Sugar. Good luck for race number 2.
Attention, please. Trainer Ryan Darby has to go to the storage room. Ryan Darby, you're wanted in the storage room. Horses take the track for the second. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. And imported 4-year-olds and up, maidens the distance 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs. Number 2, Rockola. Make the weight 52 kilos or 115 pounds. 3, Bubbling Brown Sugar, 51 or 112. 4, Don't Tell Lulu, 53.5 or 118. Wagering on double event, exact trifecta rolling triple. Play spot 8 and quick 4, they both begin here. Play spot starts anew. Quick 4, single winner bonus in excess of $334,000. Quick 4 on its way to 400,000. Play spot 8, 600,000. Get your wagers on.
Countdown to most wins of the year. Currently, Carlton Watson, champion owner, is on 43 wins. Record for most wins held in a year was held by Cecil Charlton for many years, and that record was set in 1977. So tied yesterday with hit and run, winning race number 1, and 3 races left for the year. And Carlton Watson looks to try and break the record, and sitting tied now at 43 and looking to go ahead with the next win. So countdown to most wins in a year. New record with 3 race days left to go for 2025. Race number 1 won convincingly there by the real identity. Radish Roman won last race yesterday with the hot dancer for Anthony Nunes. Wins race 1 today. Also for Anthony Nunes this time around with the real identity. So 57 kilos and all among 700,000 claimers. And the real identity, too good for these. Live ticket count on the regular 6, 3,268 with 5.26 million plus in the net pool. Catch 9 starts off with 406 live tickets and 538,000 plus in that net pool. Horses load in, race 2. Let's go for the call.
Horses loading for the second, as most of the runners are in the gate, with the exception of Bubbling Brown Sugar. Rocola goes in at 2. 1 to load, Bubbling Brown Sugar, and we'll have a line. 7 furlong the trip. Bubbling Brown Sugar goes in, and we're ready for race number 2. Off on racing, all the way well, as in the middle, Don't Tell Lulu wants that lead. So Don't Tell Lulu leading them down on the backstretch. Here comes Rocola now joining, and Rocola goes on from Don't Tell Lulu. Coming on the outside, that Successful Man slipping down into second. Don't Tell Lulu relegated to third. Joined on the outside by Kellen. Then comes Chesney, and racing at the back of the field, that is Bubbling Brown Sugar. They go toward the 4, and it is Rocola on that lead, about a length and a piece, just in front of Successful Man, waiting with by Radish Roman. They go past the 4, and it is on the inside Rocola, on the outside Successful Man. They're about 6 or 7 lengths in front of coming on. That's Bubbling Brown Sugar. Just behind them, that's Keller now overtaken by Don't Tell Lulu, and Chesney hopelessly out of it. They're going to come into the top of the lane shortly, and the battle continues with Successful Man now gaining the upper hand. Successful Man in front, trying to come on once again. Rocola coming back for more. They're coming to the furlong and a half pole. Successful Man trying to put paid to Rocola trying hard, but Successful Man looks to be slipping away from them, and it looks like a 2-timer. 2 on the day for the Sticky Fork Radish Roman. Successful Man sprinting clear. Rocola trying to hold on to second, coming down to the finish, and a Successful Man is sprinting clear, and could be double digits. Successful Man beats Rocola. Then comes the Bubbling Brown Sugar. Don't Tell Lulu back in 4th. And the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 2, number 5, Successful Man. 4-year-old Chestnut Colt by Patton Proud. Dunkirk Evita by Dunkirk. Bred Michael Bernard. Owned David Pottinger. Trained Errol Burke, the winning rider. 2 on the day for the champion jockey Radish, the Sneaky Fox Roman. And of course, he's sponsored by True Shake, Nutrition Shake. The groom, Adam Beckford, second. Number 2, Rockola. Third, number 3, Bubbling Brown Sugar. And fourth, number 4, Don't Tell Lulu. Final time for 7 furlongs, 130 flat. Off on racing, all the way well. As in the middle, Don't Tell Lulu wants that lead. So Don't Tell Lulu leading them down on the backstretch. Here comes Rockola now joining, and Rockola goes on from Don't Tell Lulu. Coming on the outside, that Successful Man slipping down into second. Don't Tell Lulu relegated to third. Joined on the outside by Kellen. Then comes Kuz Chesney, and racing at the back of the field, that is Bubbling Brown Sugar. They go toward the 4, and it is Rockola on that lead, about a length and a piece, just in front of Successful Man, waiting with by Radish Roman. They go past the 4, and it is on the inside Rockola, on the outside Successful Man. They're about 6 or 7 lengths in front of coming on. That's Bubbling Brown Sugar. Just behind them, that's Keller now overtaken by Don't Tell Lulu and Chesney hopelessly out of it. They're going to come into the top of the lane shortly, and the battle continues with Successful Man now gaining the upper hand. Successful Man in front, trying to come on once again. Rockola coming back for more. They're coming to the furlong and a half pole. Successful Man trying to put paid to Rockola trying hard, but Successful Man looks to be slipping away from them, and it looks like a two-timer. 2 on the day for the Sneaky Fox Radish Roman. Successful Man sprinting clear. Rockola trying to hold on to second, coming down to the finish, and a Successful Man is sprinting clear, and could be double digits. Successful Man beats Rockola. Then comes the Bubbling Brown Sugar. Don't Tell Lulu back in fourth.
Please, Ryan Darby and Jaheim Anderson both wanted in the storage room. Ryan Darby, Jaheim Anderson, you are wanted in the storage room. So result of the second official, horses to the barn, 2 Rockola, 5 Successful Man, 2 and 5 go to the barn. Splits 25-4, 50 and 2, 116-3. They raced 7 furlongs in 130. The margin's 9 3/4 by 4. Horses take the track for the third. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds, the distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Number 1, Blind Vengeance, make the way 53.5 or 118 pounds. 3, Fortunate Blessing, 52.5 or 116. 6, Worries Again, also 52.5 or 116. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the mandatory payout in the early 5-star begins. Single winner bonus now becoming a carryover in excess of $1.8 million. 0 on the board. Horses make their way to post.
No problems there for the top selection. A successful man, proving that those are 4 consecutive runner-up efforts prior to his last 2 would be good enough to get the job done here, and he got the job done in quite a convincing fashion. Radisiki Box Roman won the early double. He won the last race yesterday aboard the top selection. The horse I told you cannot lose. I don't like to use the term any at all, but had to use it yesterday with the Hot Dancer, and the Hot Dancer didn't lose. So Radish Roman won the last race yesterday. Has taken the first double today. Race one with the Real Identity wins race 2 with Successful Man. And he may have more in store for us later on. Live ticket count on the Regular 6, 1,727 with 5.26 million plus in the net pool. Catch 9 live ticket count, 176 and 538,000 plus in that net pool. It's on to race 3, the start of the mandatory payout early 5-star, 1.8 million plus in the jackpot, converted to a carryover, and we have already wagered 2.5 million. A field of 6 goes 1,100 meters of 5.5 furlongs. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds with a purse of 1,050,000. Top selection goes to You're My Sweetie. Quite popular at the tote. 4-5, 3-5 on 3 consecutive occasions, 95, 65, 72, 27 to 2, 2 to 1. So today, 2-5, no stranger to being well bet. Then Dawkins rides against Sabati and Weir Family. This one, though, avoid of early speed, should require pace ahead of her to be able to run on. There's no pace today. Let's hope that she can be close enough and effective enough from the midway point of the contest. Number 5 is Life is Light. Anthony Allen rides for Gary Griffiths. This one has shown some pace at times. That run, third by 4.5 lengths to Candy Girl and You're My Sweetie, would really suffice well here. It was just a half a length behind You're My Sweetie that day. So she's going to be quite capable of making it close. Last time off 4 by 5.25 lengths to Dark Swan, You're My Sweetie, and Bad Bad Tanisha. Now we see You're My Sweetie drawn post 2, 2-5, and Life is Light, 9-2, drawn post 5. So should be a close enough matchup. Number 1, Blind Vengeance, gets 3-1 now, 5-2 in a new flash in the betting. The cash is on today, 6-4-1 last time on, 15-1 prior, 19-1 on debut. Blinkers now fitted, was 5th by 12.75 lengths to Good Conscience, Nebuchadnezzar and Papy Uso. Nebuchadnezzar came back to Frank the Form with a win. Papy Uso, Frank the Form with a win yesterday, some 10 lengths clear. Blind Vengeance was 6 lengths in arrears to Papy Uso, and gets a simple assignment here. The blinkers now added, John post 1. If there's going to be a horse to catch the gate and jump out there on the lead, it could very well be Blind Vengeance that can do just that. 2-5-1-4 for me here in race 3. You're My Sweetie over Life is Light, Blind Vengeance, and Chief in Command.
So the runners are arriving at the post, runners arriving at the gate. The early 5-star, it's a mandatory payout today. That's approaching 3.5 million. The jackpot bonus carryover nearly 1.9 million. Get your bets on. They're closing up the front of the gates.
Early 5-star approaching 4 million as the horses are loading. Blind Vengeance, the first one in. The favorite, You're My Sweetie, devastating Dane Dawkins, they were loaded too. Fortunate Blessing heading for 3. Worries Again. Richie Shakes, they were loaded 6. Life is Light, being led to 5. And when ready, Chief in Command will be the final one to load at 4. Life is Light. Goes in. Chief in Command, the final one, coming into 4. Ian Spence. Field in line for the third of 9. They're off. Fortunate Blessing, not fortunate, jumps the rail and gets rid of the rider. Blind Vengeance and You're My Sweetie match strides up front. Chief in Command races just in behind them. Worries Again racing out widest of all, and Life is Light left at the back. The small field arrive at the half mile. The tempo should now pick up as they race away toward the 7/16th, and Worries Again from the wide berth now grabs that lead. Blind Vengeance is a length and a piece back and running on the rail. You're My Sweetie has been relegated to 3rd. Joined by Life is Light, they leave the 3. Chief in Command is last. They arrive at the 5/16th. Worries Again in a battle with Blind Vengeance now cruising through on the inside. Blind Vengeance and Worries Again. You're My Sweetie unleashed and asked to close the gap. Life is Light is also asked to shine on the outside. Chief in Command left back last of them all, but Blind Vengeance looks to be going well. Inside now the final furlong. It is Blind Vengeance under the stick and holding that lead. You're My Sweetie now trying to cut into the lead. Blind Vengeance leads by some 2 lengths. You're My Sweetie continues to try to get to the lead of Blind Vengeance and Christopher Mamdine. Christopher Mamdine and Blind Vengeance hold them off, beating You're My Sweetie by just over a length. Life is Light is 3rd. Chief in Command is 4th.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 3, number 1, Blind Vengeance, a 3-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Resurgence, secret code by Coded Warning, bred Dion Jackson, owned Mark Perry, trained Colin Ferguson, the winning rider, Christopher Mamdine, the groom, Mark Collins, second, number 2, You're My Sweetie, third, number 5, Life is Light, and fourth, number 4, Chief in Command. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 110 and 2.
For the third of 9. Thereof, Fortunate Blessing, not fortunate, jumps the rail and gets rid of the rider. Blind Vengeance and You're My Sweetie match strides up front. Chief in Command races just in behind them, Worries Again racing out widest of all, and Life is Light left at the back. The small field arrive at the half mile. The tempo should now pick up as they race away toward the 7/16th, and Worries Again from the wide berth now grabs that lead. Blind Vengeance is a length and a piece back and running on the rail. You're My Sweetie has been relegated to third. Joined by Life is Light, they leave the 3. Chief in Command is last. They arrive at the 5/16th. Worries Again in a battle with Blind Vengeance now cruising through on the inside. Blind Vengeance and Worries Again. You're My Sweetie unleashed and asked to close the gap. Life is Light is also asked to shine on the outside. Chief in Command left back last of them all, but Blind Vengeance looks to be going well. Inside now the final furlong. It is Blind Vengeance under the stick and holding that lead. You're My Sweetie now trying to cut into the lead. Blind Vengeance leads by some 2 lengths. You're My Sweetie continues to try to get to the lead of Blind Vengeance and Christopher Mamdine. Christopher Mamdine and Blind Vengeance hold them off, beating You're My Sweetie by just over a length. Life is Light is third. Chief in Command is fourth. Result of the third, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 1 Blind Vengeance, 5 Life is Light. 1 and 5 go to be tested. Splits 25, 50 and 3/5. They raced 5.5 furlongs in 1:10.2. The margin 3/4 by 4.5.
On to race number 4 here. So number 1, Wicked Cassie currently at 210. From early, this was the one that was being bet. However, some little late money has been coming in for number 2, Hickory Slim. But actually, there was some early money for Hickory Slim, currently at $9, and some little bit more coming on now. But apart from that, those are the only two that are really being bet. Number 1, Wicked Cassie, who is also the even money favorite in the tote, and number 2, Hickory Slim, currently at $9. So punters are seeing something in this one here, and placing some bets at the fixed winners. But that's pretty much it. Other than that, for race number 4 here, it's Wicked Cassie, best back runner for race number 4. Good luck.
Horses take the track for the fourth. It's a restricted allowance 3. For native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4, and imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3. The distance 1,600 meters or 1 mile. 1 Wicked Cassie, 54.5 or 120 pounds. 6 Riches to Rags, 53 or 117. 7 Blue Sensation, 55.5 or 122. Wagering on double event, exacta trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the Twilight 6 begins, and the Twilight 6 is heading for 5 million. Get your wagers on, runners make their way to post.
Gets the job done in the race number 3. That's Blind Vengeance with Christopher Van Dien riding for Colin Ferguson and Mark Perry. And I hope you like the handicapping seminar today. Spent a little bit of extra time on this race, breaking it down for you, telling you about Nebuchadnezzar, who was runner-up in that race run by Good Conscience on Mute Mile Day. Also told you about the second runner-up, Papy Uso, who won yesterday by 10 lengths. Broke it down for you, the margin between first, second, and third, 6.25 lengths. The margin between the fifth place finisher, which was Blind Vengeance, and Papy Uso, some 6 lengths or so. Papy Uso won by 10 lengths yesterday. So Blind Vengeance with the blinkers fitted today, drawn post 1 in a small field. There's not much speed in the event. And adding to the fact that You're My Sweetie, as I said, needs a strong pace to chase. If she's too early, she may get a little bit flat-footed. Turns out just the same. She was early. She was there at the top of the lane, but she just couldn't quicken. There's not enough speed up front. And Blind Vengeance came to the fore with his best run to date and got the job done there under a bustling ride from Christopher Van Dien. That's the 2019 champion, Christopher Van Dien, that I know that he knows how to ride. So sure wish that he could look that way every time. So Blind Vengeance gets the job done there over the favorite, You're My Sweetie. Once again, a short price favorite, You're My Sweetie, goes down. 18 tickets alive on the catch line, and I'm told that is 307 tickets that are alive on the Reggae 6. It's now time to shift our focus to the Twilight 6. Minimum guarantee pay of $3 million already, $4.5 million wagered. The fourth event is a restricted allowance 3 for native bred 4 years and up nuns of 4 and importees 4 years and up nuns of 3. And we have a field of 7. They go 1,600 meters. Number 1, Wicked Cassie, impressive in victory on Mute Mile Day. 6 3/4 lengths cleared 128.4 for 7 furlongs. And appears to be in good nick at present and appears to be the type that could win again. Up in class and all, this imported filly looks to have the capabilities. And starting 17 times already, 2 wins, 5 seconds and a third. So her usual honest effort to see her fighting on the finish. Or number 3, longest shot on the board at 13-1. Finished with late energy. Last time out 5 by 4 1/4 lengths to Shooting Star, Brenda Boy and Unruly Dawn. So if she can step up on that performance, she has another furlong to work with. She could upset the apple cart. Number 5, Unruly Dawn, usually for the place, and there should be no different here. Radish Roman looks so served on the card. He swept the early double, and he could have this one in the far line early as well. Number 7, Blue Sensation. 3-1 the price. Dane Dawkins rides with Peter Nabasar. Peter Nabasar had a triple yesterday, so he could very well continue that rich form onto the Sunday card as well. A field of 7 to come to start the Twilight 6. Looks quite competitive. Going here for number 1, Wicked Cassie. Over number 3, Oro. Then 5, Unruly Dawn. And 4, rather that should be, yes, is that 4? Matuso. Yes, and 4, Matuso. So 1, 3, 5, and 4 here in race number 4.
May I have your attention, please? Trainer Donovan Phillips wanted in the steward's room urgently. That's Trainer Donovan Phillips. Please go now to the steward's room. Twilight 6 approaching 7 million. Your Twilight 6 on its way to 7 million. Get your wagers on. The runners have arrived at the post. Hurry to the windows and place your bets. Twilight 6 approaching 7 million. They've closed up the front of the gate for the loading process, so hurry and place your bets. Nearly 7 million in your Twilight 6 as the loading up will start shortly. 4 to 5 on the one. Wicked Cassie, the mount of Magnificent Day Nelson. Once again, we're asking trainer Donovan Phillips. You're wanted in the steward's room urgently. That's trainer Donovan Phillips. Please go now to the steward's room. So horses loading for the fourth. First one in, Oro Oro. Wicked Cassie loads at one. Twilight 6 approaching 7.5 million. Matuso heads to gate 4. Matuso goes in. Unruly Dawn, gate 5. Riches to Rags, gate number 6. Waiting on Ikri Slim and Blue Sensation. Hickory Slim heads to gate 2. Blue Sensation lining up for 7. As Hickory Slim goes in, Blue Sensation 2. 1 mile the trip. Best of luck with all your wagers. Ready for a start. Often racing. Wicked Cassie was a bit slow to leave the gate and is racing at the back of the field as Matuso wants that lead as they make their way coming out of this 1 mile shoot. Matuso leads them past the 7, just in front of Unruly Dawn back there in a second. Then comes on the rail, that's Oro Oro, tracked on the outside by Riches to Rags. Then comes Hickory Slim, and coming up against the rail, that's Wicked Cassie, and waiting at the back of the field, that's Blue Sensation. Matuso not messing around, about 6 or 7 lengths in front and tearing on that lead, coming to the 4. Matuso a lonely leader. Right there in the second, that's Unruly Dawn. Oro Oro is creeping up along with Hickory Slim, backing out of it. That is Riches to Rags, making improvement. That's Wicked Cassie, and still at the back of the field, that's Blue Sensation. Matuso doing it all on his own. Matuso in front by about 8 lengths. Sent down in chase now. That is Unruly Dawn. It's Matuso in front, Unruly Dawn. Ikri Slim, watch Wicked Cassie winding up on the outside. They're at the top of the lane. Does Matuso have reserve anything? It is Matuso still in front. Here comes Wicked Cassie coming on the outside. Matuso still keeping them at bay. Wicked Cassie coming on along with Unruly Dawn. It's now Wicked Cassie has this one in his sights, and Wicked Cassie now goes up and goes on. Wicked Cassie in front, coming on the outside. That's Oro Oro. Wicked Cassie begins to go away. away from these. Wicked Cassie by maybe a 3 lengths. Matuso is second, got tight for third. Could either be Oro Oro, Unruly Dawn, or Hickory Slim. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 4, number 1, Wicked Cassie, 4-year-old Dark Bay or Brown Filly by Wicked Strong, Clever Cassie by With Distinction, bred Edward Schuster, owned and trained Patrick Lynch, the winning rider, Magnificent Day Nelson, the groom, Jerwin Lynch, second, number 4, Matuso, a third, number 3, Ora Ora, and fourth, number 5, Unruly Dawn. Final time for 8 furlongs, 1 mile, 1:41 and 2. Ready for a start. Often racing, Wicked Cassie was a bit slow to leave the gate and is racing at the back of the field as Matuso wants that lead as they make their way coming out of this 1 mile shoot. Matuso leads them past the 7, just in front of Unruly Dawn back there in second. Then comes on the rail, that's Oro Oro, tracked on the outside by Riches to Rags. Then comes Hickory Slim, and coming up against the rail, that's Wicked Cassie. And waiting at the back of the field, that's Blue Sensation. Matuso not messing around, about 6 or 7 lengths in front and tearing on that lead coming to the 4. Matuso a lonely leader. Right there in the second, that's Unruly Dawn. Oro Oro is creeping up along with Hickory Slim. Backing out of it, that is Rich's Tarag making improvement. That's Wicked Cassie, and still at the back of the field, that's Blue Sensation Matuso. Doing it all on his own. Matuso in front by about 8 lengths. Sent down in chase now. That is Unruly Dawn. It's Matusa in front, Unruly Dawn. Ikri Slim, watch Wicked Cassie winding up on the outside. They're at the top of the lane. Does Matusa have reserve anything? It is Matusa still in front. Here comes Wicked Cassie coming on the outside. Matusa still keeping them at bay. Wicked Cassie coming on along with Unruly Dawn. It's now Wicked Cassie has this one in his sights, and Wicked Cassie now goes up and goes on. Wicked Cassie in front, coming on the outside. That's Aura Aura. Wicked Cassie begins to go away from these. Wicked Cassie by maybe a 3 lengths. Matuso is second, got tight for third. Could either be Oro Oro, Unruly Dawn, or Hickory Slim.
C'est my nightmare, you know. Or the gifted one takes the track early. One Small Boss takes the track early. Horses take the track for the fifth. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event. 350,000 to 250,000 the tag. 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and native-bred 5-year-old maidens. The distance 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight. Number 1, Small Boss. Make the weight 52.5 or 116 pounds. 2, So Beautiful, 51 or 112. 3, Phenomenal One, 51.5 or 114. 4, The Gifted One, 53.5 or 118. 6, Devonte, 55.5 or 122. 7, Restoration, 53 or 117. 8, Traditional Boy, 55 or 121. 9, Air of Fire, 53.5 or 118. 11, Mr. Mandate, 50.5 or 111. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high five, rolling triple. This is where the late 5-star begins. Late 5-star heading for 600,000, rolling triple 300,000. Get your wagers on quickly.
So the countdown continues. Countdown to most wins of the year. Currently, Carlton Watson, champion owner, has 43 wins and has now tied the long-standing record held by Cecil Tartar, set in 1977 on 43 wins in a season. So 3 races left to go, and we have an upcoming 5th event where Carlton Watson is the owner of the favorite undisclosed location. So everybody is at the edge of their seats, waiting for the party to get started. That's the new record party. Of course, once he wins, it will be 44 wins on the season. Race number 4, won in fine style by Wicked Castle, the favorite, stepping up in class, but was so convincing in victory at the grade below, won by 6 3/4 lengths on Mute Mile Day, going 7 furlongs with 128.4. Reed suggested that she could be able to, should be able to take care of business here in race number 4, and she gets the job done as the top selection. Dane Nelson in the saddle for trainer Patrick Lynch, and that's multiple wins for Dane Nelson and Patrick Lynch in the last month or so. Remember them teaming up with Atlantic Convoy a couple of race days ago as well. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6, it's now 2,602 after the first leg, and the pick 5 mandatory payout 529. It's 2.3 million plus in the mandatory payout pick 5 pool. That's the early 5-star pool, and the catch 9 now down to 10 live tickets and 530,000 plus in the net pool. There we'll have the Reggae 6 live ticket count in a short while. Race 5 goes 800 meters straight. It's for the 350 to 250,000 claiming level. 13 horses assembled to go postwards. Let's take a look. My charge is number 7, Restoration. Winner of the Grooms Association of Jamaica Trophy earlier this season. That was in March. And that was at non-wins of 3, beating A Breath of Fresh Air and Hotbird Scammer. If A Breath of Fresh Air was at 350, A Breath of Fresh Air would win off the TV. A Breath of Fresh Air won recently, finally getting it right at non-wins of 3. And Hotbird Scammer, the imported, that one came back to win again when after running so well going over the straight course. Since stepping up to non-wins of 4, has found things not too favorable, but has been showing pace, has been showing enough speed, and beaten in 58.3, 58.4 for 5 furlongs straight on a couple of occasions. So clearly he has soundness issues. He has been confined to the straight on all of his career starts to date. He ran 4 straight the first 3 times, ran 5 straight the next 5 times, and clearly soundness issues are abound, and he's as such thrown in for 350,000. Jaheim Addison picks up the mount, and Restoration at 5 to 1 once he comes away from the starting gate in good order. These are not supposed to be able to pace with him. Number 10, the big favorite, is on this occasion, has won 2 races from 20 starts, so he's really a non of 3 versus a non of 4, who's Restoration. Now, on this occasion, showed good speed last time out at 500,000, going 5 round, led for a long way, and was just beaten the last half a furlong by the ultra fit and consistent Tigray Express. Steps down from 500,000 down to 350, no doubt, to get that record. Has 57 kilos, will be allowing weight all round. He'll be allowing the nuns of 4 horse. 4 kilos complements of the 4 kilo claim of Jaheim Addison. So on this occasion, reverts to the straight, and 3 to 5. That's the warm favorite. Number 9, Hair Fire. This one is a consistent 350 runner. Second last time out, the Phoenix Riz in 47 flat for 4 furlongs straight. A similar effort will see this one being thereabouts. Tevin Foster, he's in the saddle for Howard Bailey. Let's see how this one will perform at 3 to 1. And number 13 on the outside, Last Dance. Dane Dawkins rides for Michael Marlowe. Michael Marlowe, he's on 99 wins as well. So he's a trainer. He's on a milestone as well. Not necessarily a record of any sort, but Michael Marlowe is on 99 wins in his career. So he's looking for win 100. And this Last Dance has proven to be so consistent. She hardly ever is off the frame, and she should very well be on the frame once again. Restoration, number 7, to get the job done, and convincingly too, over number 10, the big favorite on this occasion. Then 9, Air Fire, and 13, Last Dance. 7, 10, 9, 13. Late 5-star pool, 550,000 and climbing. Your trip is $250,000. You have limited wagering time remaining. Get those bets on now, and the best of fortune.
They've closed up the front of the gates. Horse is now loading. First one in. So Beautiful at gate 2. The Gifted One in at 4. Devante coming into 6. So loading up underway, late 5-star, heading for 800,000, rolling triple 500,000. Last chance to wager. Mr. Mandate is in at 11. Small Boss is on the ground, rider taking evasive action. So we'll stand by to hear what the vet has to say with Small Boss. Scratch number 1, Small Boss injured. Number 1, Small Boss injured. And of course the favorite here, undisclosed location at 4-5, Carlton Watson. He's on 43 wins, just equaled the record for an owner in a season. If he wins with undisclosed location, he'll be on 44 wins and will have set a new record for ownership in a season. Still waiting on more horses to load. Opened the front of gate 5. Traditional Boy is coming into 8. Traditional Boy is loaded. Anthony Allen aboard. Air of Fire coming into 9. Tevin Foster. Last Dance. Loading at 13. Absolute Blue is in at 5. Rider walking across. So not many left to load. The Gifted One in at 4. Absolute Blue now in at 5. Just a handful remaining out. No Surrender is in at 12. Jerome Innes. Undisclosed location is in. Field in line. 4 furlongs straight. They're off and racing. First start, undisclosed location, gets away quickly and is already right up with the front end. Restoration, the grey attacking early. On the far side, So Beautiful now beginning to attack across toward the center. Mr. Mandate in the green races nearest to us as they make their way now toward the final quarter. Undisclosed location in the middle of the racetrack. Mr. Mandate is there. Air of Fire now shaken up and switched to the stand side as they race past The 316th and approach the furlong pole. It's undisclosed location. Restoration now attacking on the inside. That's the grey. Undisclosed location. Restoration now sweeps by, and Restoration has that lead and begins to run away from the field. It is Restoration coming away with it, beating undisclosed location, Air of Fire, Mr. Mandate, and So Beautiful. We have claims. We have claims in the fifth event. Number 5, Absolute Blue. 2 claims submitted. Lawrence W. Fremantle for Baron Anderson. Lawrence W. Fremantle claims Absolute Blue for Baron Anderson. 1 claim submitted for number 9, Air of Fire. Dale Murphy for himself. Dale Murphy claims Air of Fire. 21 claims submitted for number 10, Undisclosed Location. Robert Pearson for Edward Shakir. Robert Pearson claims undisclosed location for Edward Shakir.
The winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 5, number 7, Restoration. 4-year-old Grey Colt by Sunshine Shadow. Lady Macbeth by Bop. Bird Michael Bernard owned the Seeker. Train Michael Kane Jr., the winning rider. Jaheim Anderson, the groom Okan McCollin second. Number 10, Undisclosed Location. A third, number 9, Air of Fire fourth. Number 11, Mr. Mandate, and a fifth, number 2, So Beautiful. Final time for 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight, 48 and a 2.
Entries for the race meeting of Saturday, December 27, close at 12:30 p.m. on Monday, December 22. Scratch time Tuesday, December 23. Batch entries for the race meeting of Saturday, December 27, close at 12:30 p.m. on Monday, December 22. Scratch time Tuesday, December 23. Undisclosed location is in field in line, 4 furlongs straight. They're often racing. First start, undisclosed location, gets away quickly and is already right up with the front end. Restoration, the grey attacking early. On the far side, So Beautiful now beginning to attack across toward the center. Mr. Mandate in the green races nearest to us as they make their way now toward the final quarter. Undisclosed location in the middle of the racetrack. Mr. Mandate is there. Air of Fire now shaken up and switched to the stand side as they race past the 316th and approach the furlong pole. It's undisclosed location. Restoration now attacking on the inside. That's the grey. Undisclosed location. Restoration now sweeps by, and Restoration has that lead and begins to run away from the field. It is Restoration coming away with it, beating undisclosed location, Air of Fire, Mr. Mandate, and So Beautiful. In today's sixth event, number 2, Spitz and Khan, now the mount of Shaheem Gordon. Shaheem Gordon replaces Eric Horton on number 2, Spitz and Khan, in the sixth event. Result of the fifth. Now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2, So Beautiful. 7, Restoration. 2 and 7 go to the testing barn. The split was 24. The final time for a half-mile straight, 48-2. The margins 3 by 1.
To race number 6, and as I would have mentioned at the beginning of the program, number 6, Shine for Me. This one opened at $4, was bet down to 350 now. Shine for Me currently at 250, very well supported, and a lot of early money on this one. Late money coming in for number 10, Handyman. This one was $11 not too long ago. Very well back down to $4 now, so good late support for number 10, Handyman. And a little bit of support for number 9, Miss Linton, currently at 250. And those are the main three that are being bet. Shine for Me, Handyman, and Miss Linton. But the early money was Shine for Me, and the late money is number 10, Handyman, currently at $4. Good luck for race number 6.
Horses take the track for the 6. It's a restricted allowance 5. For native bred 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, and imported 5-year-olds and up maidens, the distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Scratch, number 1, security code lame. 2, Spitz and Khan goes with the 54 or 119 pounds, Shaheem Gordon the rider. 3, Ants Attack, 51 or 112. 5, Beautiful Moon, 49.5 or 109. 6, Shine for Me, 52.5 or 116. 7, Tapping In, 55 or 121. 8, Storm Boy, 55 or 121. 9, Miss Linton, 53.5 or 118. 10, Handyman, 50.5 or 111. 11, Blinding Light, 49 or 108. 12, Planner, 52.5, 116 pounds. Wagering on double event exacta, Quinella trifecta, superfecta high 5, rolling triple. This is where the strike 4 begins, single winner bonus in excess of 171,000, strike 4 on its way to 700,000. Get your wagers on.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the another installment in the Rocking Robin Handicap. And this is for the best dressed groom presentation. Omar Swaby, he has Ants Attack here in race number 6, and presentation by Robin, Adrian Taylor, best dressed groom. And now for the best presented horse, Steen, adjudged to be the best presented horse, and Farron Hall, that's the groom. And once again, Adrian Robin Taylor presents to Farron Hall, best presented horse. Congratulations, gentlemen.
So Restoration comes good in race number 5, and that's Jaheim Addison riding for you, still Michael Kane and Owner the Seeker. And I hope you appreciate the time I spent in the handicapping seminar breaking down this race to you. Told you that Restoration is a nons of 4. Has raced 8 times, 3 wins. Undisclosed occasion is a nons of 3. Undisclosed occasion is carrying 57 kilos, allowing 4 kilos to Restoration. So I broke it down to you, spend the extra time. And I even went as far and told you that the closest that they get to Restoration is when they line up in the starting gate. So you don't want it any plainer than that. The only thing left for me to have done was to come and take your money out of your pocket and go and buy Restoration for you. I came clean and told you that Restoration is going to win. So that is how you have to break down the races. Don't go on everywhere I turn since yesterday, today, undisclosed occasion, undisclosed occasion. I was almost intimidated. I just said, all right, we're going to see something. So we saw it. Restoration, the better of the 2 horses, and got the job done there. So hold on to the party, hold on to the confetti, and all of the other nice things that you have in store for another race, not this race. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6, 130, with 5.2 million plus in that net pool. And of course, my Reggae 6 ticket is going. Live ticket count on the Catch Giant 5, 538,000 plus in that net pool. And 1,244 tickets are going in the Twilight 6, 4.6 million plus in the net pool there. And the Pick 5 on mandatory payout day, 301 tickets with 2.3 million plus in the net pool there. It's now time for the cash out leg of the Reggae 6 and the start of the Strike 4. Let's take a look. It's a restricted allowance, 5 for native bred, 5 years old, nuns of 2 imported, 5 years old maidens, per 720,000. Top selection goes to number 6. Shine for Me, Demar Williams right to pole. So but this Shine for Me, quite capable. Ran a big second. First attempt at nuns of, well, after breaking the maiden. That first attempt at nuns of 2 after the maiden win. Second by length and after Empress in the Breeze at 24-1, going 6.5 furlongs, cuts back by a furlong to 5.5 furlongs. And once he can reproduce a similar effort of the 20th of October, he could very well get the job done here at now 2-1. Number 8, Storm Boy, gets a big price of 8-1. Runner up 4 of the last, make that 3 of the last 5. And he should be thereabouts. Philip Partridge rider Courtney Williams, 8-1 for Storm Boy. He is getting a very generous price. Miss Linton, 4-5 last time out, unable to justify the favoritism, 4 by 3 3/4, going 4 straight. Now as a 4.5 longer to travel, now comes around the bend. Tevin Foster rides for trainer Robert French. Frigate fitted for the first time in her career, and that career spans 43 starts. So let's see if this will have its desired effect. All the rate at 6-5. Once again is Miss Linton. Number 11, Blinded Light, continues to run well among multiple winners and nuns of 2. Still a maiden, Jaheim Addison. What a ride about Restoration a while ago. That's 2 wins from Jaheim Addison for my stable this season. The first one was at 75-1 at Hio Primero. So right now, Jaheim Addison is my favorite rider at Caymanas Park. Big up Jaheim Addison, and this Blinded Light should run a pleasing race. 6-8, 9-1, 9-11 for the 6th event. They have begun to load.
Horses loading for the 6th. Beautiful Moon, the next one to load. A Shine for Me moves to gate number 6. Working on Storm Boy, gate number 8. Tapping in, gate 7. Handyman, gate 10. Blinding Light moves to gate 11. Blinding Light is in. Planner and Miss Linton to complete the line. One to load, Miss Linton, gate 9. 5.5 furlong the trip. Miss Linton goes in, and we're ready for race 6. Often racing, Planner misses it, along with Steen and Miss Linton, but going through for that lead, that's Tapping In and Shine For Me. Tapping in front, Shine For Me right there against the rail. Then comes Handyman. Storm Boy comes next. Miss Linton recovering after that break. Then comes Blinding Light as they go past the 4. Beautiful Moon comes next. Answer Attack, Steen recovering. Then comes Planner and racing at the back of the field. That's Spitz and Khan. They're going to come into the top of the lane and Shine for Me cruising on that lead. Watch Beautiful Moon trying to get to Planner. Beautiful Moon on the outside, Planner on the inside. O- Also, also coming in. That's tapping in and now tapping in. Try to get to Shine for Me. So it's Shine for Me in front, tapping in. Also closing on the rail. That's Steen coming down dangerously. Shine for Me still in front. Steen right against the rail and coming forward. Shine for Me veering out a bit, but still has the lead. Steen is still there, digging in on the rail. Here come Blinding Light flying, but Shine for Me giving all sorts of problem, but will land it. Shine for Me beats Blinding Light. Then comes a Steen. Got tied for fourth, either tapping in or Storm Boy. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 6, number 6, Shine For Me, 5-year-old bay horse by Stormcraft. I Have a Dream by Home Instinct, bred Lakeland Farms Limited, own Crown Racing. Train Paul Swaby, the winning rider. Demar Williams, the groom. Peter Hemley, second. Number 11, Blinding Light. A third, number 4, Steen. Fourth, number 8, Storm Boy. And fifth, number 7, Tapping In. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 1:11.1. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention call to the winners enclosure for the presentation once again in the Rocking Robin Handicap. And for the winning connections, Crown Racing, $50,000. Also in the presentation party, the winning rider, Demar Williams. And of course, presentation done by Robin, Adrian Taylor. Congratulations. Ready for race 6. Often Racing, planner, misses it, along with Steen and Miss Linton, but going through for that lead, that's tapping in and Shine For Me. Tapping in front, Shine For Me, right there against the rail. Then comes Handyman. Storm Boy comes next, Miss Linton recovering after that break. Then comes Blinding Light as they go past the 4. Beautiful Moon comes next, Answer Attack, Steen recovering. Then comes Planner and Racing at the back of the field. That's Spitz and Khan. They're going to come into the top of the lane and Shine For Me cruising on that lead. Watch Beautiful Moon trying to get to Planner. Beautiful Moon on the outside, Planner on the inside. Also, also coming in. That's tapping in and now tapping in. Try to get to Shine For Me. So it's Shine For Me in front, tapping in. Also closing on the rail. That's Steen coming down dangerously. Shine For Me still in front. Steen right against the rail and coming forward. Shine For Me veering out a bit, but still has the lead. Steen is still there, digging in on the rail. Here come Blinding Light flying, but Shine For Me giving all sorts of problem, but will land it. Shine For Me beats Blinding Light. Then comes a Steen. Got tied for fourth, either Tapping In or Storm Boy.
Result of the 6 now official. Horses to the testing barn. 6 Shine For Me, 8 Storm Boy. 6 and 8 go to be tested. Splits 23-4, 49-3. 5.5 furlongs raced in 1:11.1. The margin 3.5 by 1 3/4.
Shine for Me gets the job done. The top selection on the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. Demar Williams riding there for Trader Paul Swaby and Owner Crown Racing. And the Reggae 6 ticket came in today. So the last Reggae 6 before Christmas told you at the top of the program that today was looking forward to having a good day. Last week had a Reggae 6 winning ticket. Also had Twilight 6 winning ticket, the Pick 6 double. This week, looking forward to some winning tickets again, and it worked out just fine. $27,652 in dividends there, and the ticket cost was $8,640. So nice little return on investment there. The jackpot now 6.35 million, and that's going to be up for grabs on Monday to Day on Boxing Day. That's going to be Friday, the 26th of December. So we're going to be well geared up with back-to-back Reggae 6 winning tickets going into the mandatory period deal. Let's now take a look at the closing stages of our Reggae 6 races.
It's the real identity beginning to come away. I realize under the stick but going nowhere. Sweet Victory has a mountain to climb along with the rest, but it's the real identity who holds the advantage, a good-looking lead. Inside the final 16th, it's the real identity in the hands of the champion jockey Radish Roman. They won't catch the real identity. He's gone. He's down in the end to win by maybe 6. Sweet Victory is second. Princess Talisi is third. Close. Could be I Realize over Charming Sound.
They're coming to the furlong and a half pole. Successful Man trying to put paid to Racola. Racola trying hard, but Successful Man looks to be slipping away from them, and it looks like a two-timer. 2 on the day for the Sneaky Fox Radish Roman. Successful Man sprinting clear. Racola trying to hold on to second. Coming down to the finish, and a Successful Man is sprinting clear, and could be double digits. Successful Man beats Racola. Then comes the Bubbling Brown Sugar. Don't tell Lulu back and forth.
It is Blind Vengeance under the stick and holding that lead. You're My Sweetie now trying to cut into the lead. Blind Vengeance leads by some 2 lengths. You're My Sweetie continues to try to get to the lead of Blind Vengeance and Christopher Mamdine. Christopher Mamdine and Blind Vengeance hold them off, beating You're My Sweetie by just over a length. Life is Light is third. Chief in Command is fourth.
It is Matusa still in front. Here comes Wicked Cassie coming on the outside. Matusa still keeping them at bay. Wicked Cassie coming on along with Unruly Dawn. It's now Wicked Cassie has this one in his sights, and Wicked Cassie now goes up and goes on. Wicked Cassie in front, coming on the outside. That's Aura Aura. Wicked Cassie begins to go away from these. Wicked Cassie by maybe a 3 lengths. Matusa is second. Got tight for third. Could either be Oro Oro, Unruly Dawn, or Hickory Slim.
As they race past the 316th and approach the furlong pole, it's undisclosed location. Restoration now attacking on the inside. That's the grey. Undisclosed location. Restoration now sweeps by, and Restoration has that lead and begins to run away from the field. It is Restoration coming away with it, beating Undisclosed Location, Air of Fire, Mr. Mandate, and So Beautiful.
It Shine for Me in front, tapping in. Also closing on the rail. That's Steen coming down dangerously. Shine for Me still in front. Steen right against the rail and coming forward. Shine for Me veering out a bit, but still has the lead. Steen is still there digging in on the rail. Here comes Blinding Light flying, but Shine for Me giving all sorts of problem, but will land it. Shine for Me beats Blinding Light. Then comes a Steen. Got tied for fourth, either Tapping In or Storm Boy.
Horses take the track for the 7th. It's the Sunnyside Stakes, a maiden special weight for native bred 2-year-old fillies. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs round. Number 4, My Friend Mickey, 54.5 or 120 pounds. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta. This is where the late triple begins. Get your wagers on.
It's now time for the Sunnyside Stakes, and we have a field of 7 2-year-olds going 1,000 meters round. Just before that, though, the live ticket count on the catch 9 now down to 530,000 plus in that net pool. 1,090 tickets are still going on the Twilight 6 with 4.65 million in the net pool there. And the Bandit Tribute Early 5-star, which closes in this 7th event, is at 275 tickets and over 2.34 million in that net pool. The Sunnyside Stakes, a field of 7, comprised of 6 debutants. One we've seen already, and that's my friend Mickey, number 4, currently at odds of 16 to 1. So it's all about the newcomers here. 7 debutants, they go up 1,000 meters on the purse, 1,010,000. Number 7, Giving Thanks, is my top selection. This one, an early foal on the 18th of January. She's a 2-year-old bay filled by Burn Identity out of the Stormcraft, Damn Lightning Lady. That makes her half-sister to the likes of Firecracker. Has worked fairly well and looks good. 3 to 2 the price for Giving Thanks. Stephen Foster for Philippiano D and Lakeland Farms. Second choice goes to number 3, Gulfstream Cat, 7 to 1. Philip Parton for Carl Addison. Third choice goes to number 6, One Ianza Links, as they are getting ready to load. One Ianza Links, Dane Dawkins, Rancher Anthony Nunes, and Taylor made number 1, all the way at 4 to 5. Highly thought up at home, Abigail Able Rider, Jason Acosta, and this one is expected to do very well. Make it 7-3-6-1 in the Sunnyside Stakes. Giving Thanks from Gulfstream Cat, One Ianza Links, and Taylor made.
They've closed up the front of the gates as they prepare for loading, and the late triple on its way to 900,000. Horses loading. Alexi Lou, the first one in. Gulfstream Cat coming into 3. My friend Mickey is in at 4. Delta Gamma comes to 5. Ricardo Carr riding. Tailor Made, they try with at 1. 3 to 5 favorite Tailor Made. If looks could win a race, Tailor Made is a winner. One Ianza Links. Next on the list to load at 6. Still waiting on One Ianza Links to get into 6. And then the last one will be Giving Thanks, 6 to 5. Well supported. Lakeland Farms, Philip Piani OD and Tevin Foster aboard. One Ianza Links is in. Giving Thanks will be next. Last one in, field in line. This is the Sunnyside Stakes, 5 furlongs round. Starter not quite ready. Now he is. They're off for the Sunnyside Stakes. Giving Thanks gives it away at the start. Gulfstream Cat is now left last as they make their way toward the final half of a mile in the Sunnyside Stakes. Tailor Made has gone about her business. She's leading up by some 5 or 6 lengths. My friend Mickey is there. Giving Thanks has recovered quickly and rushing down on the outside. Lexi Lou just in behind them, racing in 4th. A gap opens up to One Ianza Links. Gulfstream Cat making some mild progress. And last of all, it's a Delta Gamma as they come flashing past the 5/16th. And it's Abigail Able and a Tailor Made first into the top of the lane. Tailor Made the grey out in front and are running strong under a gentle hand ride at the moment. 3/16 means to catch a tailor-made. Giving thanks now asked to come out on the outside. My friend Mickey in the pink cap, left back in third. Lexi Lou in fourth. But it is a tailor-made cantering up toward the final 16th. Giving thanks now beginning to nibble at the lead. But tailor-made looks to have slipped the field. Tailor-made and Abigail Abel will win the Sunnyside Stakes by 2 and a bit. Giving thanks is second. One Yanza Links rushing up to take third. Possibly my friend Mickey is fourth over stablemate Lexi Lou.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 7, number 1, Tailor Made, 2-year-old Grave filly by Avenue Melcanu, another Fury by He's the Real Thing, bred Orange Valley Estates Limited, owned Dr. Graham Brown and Elizabeth Acosta, conditioned by the champion trainer Jason Acosta. And we have a lady in the winner's enclosure. It's a double A, Abigail Abel. The groom, Garth Pennant, second. Number 7, Giving Thanks. Third, number 6, One Ianza Links. And fourth, number 4, My Friend Mickey. Final time for 5 furlongs round, 102 flat.
Now he is. They're off for the Sunnyside Stakes. Giving Thanks gives it away at the start. Gulfstream Cat is now left last as they make their way toward the final half of a mile in the Sunnyside Stakes. Tailor Made has gone about her business. She's leading up by some 5 or 6 lengths. My friend Mickey is there. Giving Thanks has recovered quickly and rushing down on the outside. Lexi Lou just in behind them racing in fourth. A gap opens up to one Ianza Lynx. Gulfstream Cat making some mild progress. And last of all, it's a Delta Gamma as they come flashing past the 5/16th, and it's Abigail Abel and a Tailor Made first into the top of the lane. Tailor Made the grey out in front and are running strong under a gentle hand ride at the moment. 3/16 to catch a Tailor Made. Giving Thanks now asked to come out on the outside. My friend Mickey in the pink cap left back in third. Lexi Lou in fourth, but it is a Tailor Made cantering up toward the final 16th. Giving Thanks now beginning to nibble at the lead, but Tailor Made looks to have slipped the field. Tailor Made and Abigail Abel will win the Sunnyside Stakes by 2 and a bit. Giving Thanks is second. One Yanza Lynx rushing up to take third. Possibly my friend Mickey is fourth over stablemate Lexi Lou. Result of the seventh now official. Horses to the testing barn. 1 Tailor Made, 7 Giving Thanks. 1 and 7 go to be tested. The splits were 24 by 48.3. They raced 5 furlongs round in 102 flat. The margins are 2.5 by 8.5.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the Sunnyside Stakes. Making the presentation, Parry Mutual Manager, Maurice Robertson, and he makes it to part owner, Dr. Graham Brown. Also in the presentation party, the winning trainer, Jason DaCosta, and Double A, Abigail Abel, the winning rider. And of course, Abby is sponsored by Q8 Oil, Bearings and Accessories. Congratulations to the winning connections, race number 7, the Sunnyside Stakes.
That's race number 8, and this is another one where the favorite has been one of those that's been highly fancied from morning at the window. So, number 1, Brahma Bull. He opened at $3, very heavy bet down to $1.50. Creeping back up at $1.60 now, but he's basically the one that they are supporting at the fixed odds windows. Here he is 45 favorite in the tote, but Brahma Bull, the overwhelming choice at the fixed odds windows. Best back runner here, number 1, currently at $1.60. Good luck for race number 8.
Horses take the track for the 8th. It's a restricted allowance 2 for native bred 3-year-olds, non-winners of 2, and imported 3-year-olds and up maidens, the distance 1200 meters or 6 furlongs. 1 Brahma Bull, 54.5 or 120 pounds. 2 Big LA, 55 or 121. 3 Native Flyer, 52 or 115. 4 Miss Brayton, 53.5 or 118. 5 Candy Girl, 50 or 110. 8 Cutout, 49.5 or 109. Wagering offered on a double event. This is the Elite Double. Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta. 2 minutes to post. Get your wagers on.
Runners on their way to post. This is race number 8. This is where the late double starts and the late double pool. Closing in on $1 million. Late double. Closing in on $1 million. Get your bets on.
TaylorMade makes all the running in the Sunnyside Stakes. Abigail able for Jason Acosta, and that's a sharp performance. First time of asking. Giving thanks. Really poor start and did well to finish a strong second there. So make a note of that one. 2 tickets are live on the Catch 9, and 694 tickets are live on the Twilight 6. It's on to race number 8. The penultimate late double starts here. A field of 8 goes 6 furlongs. Top choice goes to number 1. The favorite is Brahma Bull. Dane Nelson for Anthony Nunes. They've struck up some good form. For second, make it number 7. Slam Sharp. Shane is riding for Michael Marlowe. Michael Marlowe, 99 wins, looking for win 100. And you're getting 6 to 1 there for Slam Sharp. Number 8, Cutout, gets 3 to 1. Raced among fillies only the last time. Now takes on a couple of Uso colts. Has her work cut out for her, but she should. No pun intended there, but she should be able to fight out the finish somewhat. And Miss Britain, Radish Roman looks for his 3rd win. He rides her for Ricardo Brown. This one gets a good price of 7 to 1. 1784 in the 8th and penultimate. Brahma Bull from Slam Sharp, Cutout, and Miss Britain.
So they have closed up the front of the gate for the start of race number 8. This is the penultimate event, and we've gone past $1 million in the late double. Loading up about to start as the front of the gates are closed. Native Flyer, the first one to come forward. And Native Flyer goes in at 3. Candy Girl. Gate 5. A Legal Fight. Gate number 6. Cut Out. Gate 8. Cut Out, hesitating a bit. Now goes in. Brahma Bull, the 1 to 2 favorite. And a magnificent Dane Nelson. They're looking for 2. So to Anthony Baba Nunes. Brahma Bull is in. Big LA comes to gate 2. So 2 to load. Slam Sharp from the barn of Mikey Marlowe. He's on 99 wins. Looking for that milestone win of 100. Slam Sharp heads to gate 7. Miss Brayton will be last to load. Slam Sharp. Hesitates a bit, now goes in. 1 to load, Miss Brayton, and we'll have a line. 6 furlong the trip. This is race number 8. Waiting on Miss Brayton. So Miss Brayton, forced into gate 4, goes in, and now we have a line. Ready for race number 8. Starter Michael Sims, not quite satisfied with something in one of the gates. Big LA, that's the culprit. They've taken out Big LA. Having a vet inspection of Big LA. Big LA led forward once again. Big LA is in, and now we're ready. Oh, Slam Sharp, ejecting Shane Ellis from gate 7. Rider seems to be okay. Taking out Slam Sharp. So we have further delay. Waiting on confirmation. Looks Slam Sharp being led away. No confirmation of a scratch as yet. Starter Michael Sims is ready. Now he is. They're off and racing. A late scratch, Slam Sharp. Going for that lead, Brahma Bull right against the rail. Native Flyer right there. Big LA rushing down into it. Here comes Cutout on the widest of outside. Also coming on, that's Legal Fight. Then comes Miss Brayton and Candy Girl at the back of the field. Brahma Bull is in front. Cutout in from view on the outside. Right in between horses, that's Big LA. They're about 3 lengths or 4 lengths in front of Legal Fight. Then comes a Native Flyer. Another 6 before we come to the pair of Miss Brayton and Candy Girl racing at the back of the field. They head towards the 3. And it is Brahma Bull and Cutout. These two sharing that lead, sparring for the lead. Cutout pointing narrowly. Brahma Bull right against the rail as they're coming into the top of the lane. It is Cutout and Brahma Bull. Brahma Bull repelling the challenge of Cutout. Still left back against the rail. That is a Big LA, but Brahma Bull is full of run this afternoon. Cutout is not quitting, but Brahma Bull is too much for Cutout. Cutout still there fighting though. Coming to the furlong pole. Brahma Bull is still in front. Here comes on the outside. That is Native Flyer. It's Brahma Bull in front. Native Flyer finishing best of all. Brahma Bull driven for all he's worth, and Brahma Bull and Dane Nelson will have a double. Also, Anthony Baba Nunes. Native Flyer runs on to be second. Then comes Miss Brayton and fading back into fourth. That's Cutout. In the winners' enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 8 to number 1, Brahma Bull, a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Sunshine and Shadow, Esperanza by Legal Process, bred Orange Valley Estates Limited, owned Anthony Nunes, Stefan Ryan Singh, and Rajendra Punai. Baba Nunes on a double this afternoon. Congratulations to Anthony Baba Nunes. And it's also congratulations to Magnificent Day Nelson on a double as well. The groom, Tafara Wright, second. Number 3, Native Flyer. Third, number 4, Miss Brayton. And fourth, number 8, Cutout. Final time for 6 furlongs, 116 flat. Now he is. They're off and racing, a late scratch slam sharp. Going for that lead, Brahma Bull right against the rail. Native Flyer right there. Big LA rushing down into it. Here comes Cutout on the widest of outside. Also coming on, that's Legal Fight. Then comes Miss Brayton and Candy Girl at the back of the field. Brahma Bull is in front. Cutout in from view on the outside. Right in between horses, that's Big LA. They're about 3 lengths or 4 lengths in front of Legal Fight. Then comes a Native Flyer. Another 6 before we come to the pair of Miss Brayton and Candy Girl racing at the back of the field. They head toward the 3, and it is Brahma Bull and Cutout. These two sharing that lead, sparring for the lead. Cutout pointing narrowly. Brahma Bull right against the rail as they're coming into the top of the lane. It is Cutout and Brahma Bull. Brahma Bull repelling the challenge of Cutout. Still left back against the rail. That is a Big LA, but Brahma Bull is full of run this afternoon. Cutout is not quitting, but Brahma Bull is too much for Cutout. Cutout still there fighting though. Coming to the furlong pole. Brahma Bull is still in front. Here comes on the outside. That is Native Flyer. It's Brahma Bull in front. Native Flyer finishing best of all. Brahma Bull driven for all he's worth, and Brahma Bull and Dane Nelson will have a double. Also, Anthony Baba Nunes. Native Flyer runs on to be second. Then comes Miss Brayton and fading back into fourth. That's Cutout.
Our official horses to the testing barn. 1 Brahma Bull, 8 Cutout. 1 and 8 go to be tested. The splits 24 flat, 48-4. They raced 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs in 116. The margins 1 3/4 by 3.
On to the ninth and final for today. So 65 favorite in the tote. That's number 3, Rainsville. Rainsville currently at 280. Well supported, however, it is number 7, Mark My Identity. That's the best back runner here. $3 into 250, and this one has been taking the betting. Mark My Identity is the best back runner. The other one who has been getting some support is number 1, Shooting Star, currently at $7. But apart from these three, you can forget the rest in terms of where the betting is at the fixers with us. Number 7, Mark My Identity, best back runner. Rainsville, well supported, 280, and Shooting Star getting some support at $7. And that's it for race number 9. Good luck.
horses take the track for the 9th. This is the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy. It's an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up, the distance 1,600 meters or 1 mile. 2 Captain Sparrow, 53.5 or 118. 3 Rainsville, 53.5, 118. 5 Crown Chaser, 54.5 or 120. Scratch 6 Super Alex, lame. 8 Interesting Times Ahead, 54.5, 120. 9 Brenda Boy the same, 54.5 or 120 pounds. Wagering on Exacta, Quinella, a Trifecta, Superfecta and High 5. Get your wagers on.
So high five wagering offered here in the 9th and final, the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy. High five wagering approaching 300,000. So close to 300,000 currently wagered in your high five pool. Get your bets on. Runners heading to post.
It's now time for a feature race, the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy, and this is a photo of Will in Charge, Horse of the Year 2018, owned by Wilbert Bagwell, Dean Trey and Robert Pearson, jockey on board there, Robert Hardball Hallidine, champion 2-year-old, 2003, and had 13 career wins from 36 starts. Winner of the Owen Silver Memorial in 2017, won the Prime Minister Stakes, a Grade 1 event, 2017 and 2018. Won the Governor General Stakes, a Grade 1 event in 2017. Won the Legal Light Trophy, also a Grade 1 event in 2018. Won the Gold Cup in 2018, and won the Diamond Mile in 2018 as well. Just holding on by the flavor nostril from Big Daddy Cool, who came flying at the death. And Robert Haldane was easing up aboard Winning Charge. And I know he must be still thanking his lucky stars that Big Daddy Cool didn't get there, because easing up in the Diamond Mile and just holding on by a whisker over Big Daddy Cool with Dick Cardinal. So really, the lucky stars were on the side of Robert Haldane that day. It's now time for the third running of the Winning Charge Trophy. The live ticket count on the catch 9, 2, with 538,000 plus in the net pool. So there's a chance you can have a single win of the catch 9, depending what happens in the 9th and final. And we have 661 live tickets going on the Twilight 6, 4.65 million in the net pool there. Let's take a look at the Winning Charge. Top selection goes to number 8. Interesting times ahead. 9-2. That's an attractive price. Anthony Allen rides. He chips off 2 kilos of the allotted 56.5 kilo weight. And this is a former St. Ledger winner. Not quite consistent, but when he puts it together, he puts it together. And a mile is going to be right up his street. He last won, going 7 furlongs on the 23rd of May, won by a neck, beating Major Danger and Blue Vinyl in 127 flat. So that type of effort can get the job done here. Was second by Linton Ave, going 7.5 furlongs to Unspun on the 28th of September. So generous price here for interesting times ahead. That's my top selection. Number 3 is Rainsville, the actual favorite at 7-5, now trained by Rohan Crichton. It's Tajisiku that picks up the mount, and Rainsville was always quite capable, so it's left to be seen if he's going to have an improved type of effort here. And once he can improve on his recent runs, he can definitely get the job done, but that's going to be left to be seen. He usually runs well, but always second, third, or fourth, that type of horse that always makes a frame. Let's see how this one will perform for new connections. Crown Chaser, last year's Derby winner, 10-1. Big price for Crown Chaser. And he stepped up in class big time last time out, beaten in the Jamaica Cup behind Mojito Gravana and Run Judy Run. So gets significant class relief now among overnight horses. 1 on 3 and on 4 convincingly. A mile right up the street. Dane Nelson at 10-1. Am I seen right? Wow. This is a bargain price. And number 7, Mark My Daddy, up in class, won 3 consecutive races, none 2, none 4 twice. So he's taken out overnight for the first time. And the last 2 wins, he beat the same horse, American Aviator. So is he improving at that rapid rate? When you win twice, win class, and you beat the same horse, that doesn't really tell us that you're all that much improved. So questions about here. 95 looks way too short for Mark My Daddy, but he could be on the upgrade at the right time. I'm going for the more hard-knocking, proven, interesting times ahead, number 8, to get the better of number 3. Rainsville, also more proven and hard-knocking sort. Then number 5, Crown Chaser, the former Derby winner. And then Mark My Identity, who's up in class.
The front of the gates, high 5 on its way to $450,000, but you don't have a lot of time. You need to get a bet in. You need to do it now. Horse is now loading. Horse is loading. Shooting star in. Captain Sparrow. joins at 2. Rainsville coming into 3. Divine Force slots into 4. Brenda Boy and Robert Halladine will load at 9. Provident at 10. Mark My Identity slips into 7. Mark My Identity not yet in. Now in. Crown Chaser. They will try with next at 5. Crown Chaser in. Interesting times ahead. Will load at 8. Well supported 3-1. Field in line and sent off for the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy. Interesting times ahead. Took off quickly. Brenda Boy races next. Provident toward the outside. Shooting Star gaining momentum down near the rail, and Shooting Star will now come through to take a narrow lead. It's Shooting Star, Interesting Times Ahead. They bob heads together and alternate on the front end. They leave the 6. Divine Force races next in 3rd. Rainsville the Grey in 4th. Possibly 4.5 lengths separates them. A break back to Brenda Boy racing just on the outside. Mark My Identity and Crown Chaser team up next. A break back to Provident, and Captain Sparrow will have to run late as usual. On the approach to the half mile, they're almost there, about to go into the turn. Interesting Times Ahead, trying to make all the running. Rainsville now cutting into that lead. There goes Divine Force kicking in on the outside. Shooting Star needs to find 5 or more. Mark My Identity races up next. Brenda Boy now unleashed and asked to close. Crown Chaser toward the back. A length in behind, that's Provident. Forget Captain Sparrow at the moment as they're coming past the 5/16th, about to get into the lane. And it is Interesting Times Ahead and Anthony Allen who dictate terms at the top of the lane. Interesting Times Ahead, trying to slip away from this field. Mark My Identity now unleashed, put to the left-hand stick, and now asked to come forward on the outside. Interesting Times Ahead. The rider wailing away with the left-hand stick. Mark My Identity eating into the lead, but still Interesting Times Ahead continues to hang tough from Mark My Identity. Here is Brenda Boy closing. Interesting Times Ahead, hanging tough. They keep on knocking, but they can't come in. Interesting Times beats them. Brenda Boy in a photo with Mark My Identity, then Captain Sparrow and Providence.
In the winners' enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 9, the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy, number 8, Interesting Times Ahead. 4-year-old Bay Colt by Bold Conquest, My Friend Lucy by Here's the Real Thing, bred and owned Elizabeth DaCosta, conditioned by the champion trainer for 2 on the day, Jason DaCosta, and the winning rider, a brilliant ride from young Anthony Allen, the groom, Vaughn Taylor. Second, number 9, Brenda Boy. The third, number 7, Mark My Identity. Fourth, number 2, Captain Sparrow. And fifth, number 10, Provident. Final time for 8 furlongs, 1 mile, 140 and 1.
Field in line and sent off for the third running of the Will in Charge Trophy. Interesting times ahead. Took off quickly. Brenda Boy races next. Provident toward the outside. Shooting Star gaining momentum down near the rail, and Shooting Star will now come through to take a narrow lead. It's Shooting Star, Interesting Times Ahead. They bob heads together and alternate on the front end. They leave the 6. Divine Force races next in third. Rainsville the Grey in fourth. Possibly 4.5 lengths separates them. A break back to Brenda Boy racing just on the outside. Mark My Identity and Crown Chaser team up next. A break back to Provident, and Captain Sparrow will have to run late as usual. On the approach to the half mile, they're almost there, about to go into the turn. Interesting Times Ahead, trying to make all the running. Rainsville now cutting into that lead. There goes Divine Force kicking in on the outside. Shooting Star needs to find 5 or more. Mark My Identity races up next. Brenda Boy now unleashed and asked to close. Crown Chaser toward the back. A length in behind, that's Provident. Forget Captain Sparrow at the moment as they're coming past the 5/16th, about to get into the lane. And it is Interesting Times Ahead and Anthony Allen who dictate terms at the top of the lane. Interesting Times Ahead trying to slip away from this field. Mark My Identity now unleashed, put to the left-hand stick, and now asked to come forward on the outside. Interesting Times Ahead. The rider wailing away with the left-hand stick. Mark My Identity eating into the lead, but still Interesting Times Ahead continues to hang tough from Mark My Identity. Here is Brenda Boy closing. Interesting Times Ahead hanging tough. They keep on knocking, but they can't come in. Interesting Times beats them. Brenda Boy in a photo with Mark My Identity, then Captain Sparrow and Providence.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the Will in Charge trophy. Making the presentation, facilities manager, Mr. Carlton Bernard. And he makes it to Simon Roberts, representing the winning owner. Also in the presentation party, the winning trainer, Jason DaCosta, on a double this afternoon. And the winning rider, and a brilliant ride from young Anthony Allen. Congratulations to the winning connections, race number 9, the Will in Charge trophy.
Result of the ninth now official. Horses to the testing barn 7. Mark my identity 8. Interesting times ahead. 7 and 8 go to be tested. Splits 24-3, 48, 114. Final time 140 and 1. The margin's 2 and a quarter by a neck. Late 5 star has a single winner bonus in excess of 104,000. Play spot 8. Single winner bonus in excess of 95,677. Strike 4 single winner bonus in excess of $308,000. There was one winner of the catch 9 receiving 88,000 or 883,955. So just repeating that, 883,955. That's it. More racing next weekend. Have a Merry Christmas when it comes. Stand by for your recap. Michael Kane will have it when ready.
18 races in the history books on the weekend card. Two-day carnival, of course, the final two-day carnival before Christmas Day. Of course, Christmas Day comes up this Thursday, the 25th of December. So, indeed, we had some great racing. Today was heralded by the third run of the Will in Charge Trophy. That's going to be one of our replay races. The other was the Sunnyside Stakes, so those are the two replay races. Ryder Showman, though, he had a double on the card. Daniels also had a double, so they started the show in the Jockey's Colony. And the champion trainer, Jason Acosta, he saddled two winners on the card. And today was a good day for tipping purposes as well. Gave you the Reggae 6, winning Reggae 6 ticket there, $27,652 in payout there. And the Twilight 6 ticket came in as well, $7,022. And here's the Reggae 6 ticket. Race number 1 was won by number 7, the Real Identity. Race 2 won by number 5, Successful Man. Race 3 was won by number 1, Blind Vengeance. Race number 4 won by number 1, Wicked Cassie. Race number 5 won by number 7, My Charge Restoration. And race number 6 was won by number 6, Shine For Me. $8,640 cost of the ticket there, and the payout $27,652. On the Twilight 6 side of things, also got the Twilight 6, the fourth event, of course, won by number 1, Wicked Cassie. Fifth race won by number 7, Restoration. Sixth race won by number 6, Shine For Me. Race 7, the Sunnyside Stakes, was won by number 1, Tailor Made. Race 8 won by number 1, Brahma Bull. Number 7 was a scratch, that's Slam Sharp, so you'd have doubled up on the payout there. Slam Sharp was an on-runner, number 7, so you had two pieces of the Twilight 6 there. And the last race, the third run of the Will in Charge Trophy, won by number 8, Interesting Times Ahead. So the cost of the ticket, $7,680, and the payout there would have been $14,044. The ticket paid $7,022, and you have two pieces of that ticket, so $14,044 for the Twilight 6 total payout, and the Reggae 6, $27,000 plus. So do the math, just about $41,000 plus there in dividends. And we had all winners of the 9 races on the card. So we had all winners of the Reggae 6, all winners of the Twilight 6. But the 2-horse there went for that as a banker. That was You're My Sweetie on the Catch 9. And that's a challenge with the Catch 9. You have 3 additional races, so you have to narrow down your selections. Can't go as wide on some legs. So opted to bank on You're My Sweetie there. And it was Blind Vengeance that came up trumps and beat You're My Sweetie. So that's how the Catch 9 lost. But it would have been a good enough guide for you. The Catch 9 had one winner, receiving over $883,000. So that one winner would have been well guided as far as the Catch 9 ticket would have been concerned. So the Catch 9 ticket came up short by 1, had 8 of 9 on the ticket, and you would have been well advised about the chances of Blind Vengeance. Let's now take a look at the replay races. Races 7 and 9. Race number 7, the Sunnyside Stakes, a field of 7, 2 years. We've only seen one of those 7. So it was 6 debutants, and there was a favorite by the name of Tailor Made, Abigail Abel for Jason Acosta. That was expected to win, and really turned out well. And the feature, the third run of the Will in Charge, we had a field of 10. Scratch number 6, Super Alex, and the betting was spread across 7 runners, with the actual favorite being Rainsville from the stables of Ron Crichton. Change of mind there, and good support came in as well for Mark My Identity, and there was also good support coming in for Interesting Times Ahead. But Interesting Times Ahead, preview time was at 9-2. Very generous price. Actually went off at odds of 7-2. My top selection, Interesting Times Ahead in the Will in Charge.
As they come flashing past the 5/16th, and it's Abigail Abel and the Tailor Made first into the top of the lane. Tailor Made the grey out in front and are running strong under a gentle hand ride at the moment. 3/16 to catch a Tailor Made. Giving thanks now asked to come out on the outside. My friend Mickey in the pink cap left back in third. Lexi Lou in fourth, but it is a Tailor Made cantering up toward the final 16th. Giving thanks now beginning to nibble at the lead, but Tailor Made looks to have slipped the field. Tailor Made and Abigail Abel will win the Sunnyside Stakes by 2 and a bit. Giving thanks is second. One Yanza Links rushing up to take third. Possibly my friend Mickey is fourth over stablemate Lexi Lou. They're coming past the 5/16th, about to get into the lane, and it is Interesting Times Ahead and Anthony Allen who dictate terms at the top of the lane. Interesting Times Ahead, trying to slip away from this field. Mark My Identity now unleashed, put to the left-hand stick, and now asked to come forward on the outside. Interesting Times Ahead. The rider wailing away with the left-hand stick. Mark My Identity eating into the lead, but still, Interesting Times Ahead continues to hang tough from Mark My Identity. Here is Brenda Boy closing. Interesting Times Ahead, hanging tough. They keep on knocking, but they can't come in. Interesting Times beats them. Brenda Boy in a photo with Mark My Identity, then Captain Sparrow and Providence.
So the Sunnyside Stakes won in gate-to-wire fashion by tailor-made. Abigail able for Jason Acosta, justifying the favoritism there. And interesting times ahead. And similar, almost gate-to-wire fashion was prompted early by Shooting Star, but then shrugged off that challenge and went about his business. Interesting times ahead, making most running there in the Will in Charge Trophy. Anthony Allen riding for Jason Acosta and Elizabeth Acosta. The day was a great day. Had 6 first-choice winners. 1 second choice came in as a winner, 1 third choice came in, and a 4th choice. So 6 top selections won on the final day before Christmas Day. So you've got a nice little package there under the Christmas tree on the final race day before Christmas Day. And we have the equalizer, of course, was hit and run yesterday. That's Carlton Watson's equalizer going after the most wins in a season record. And he stands at 43, has tied with Cecil Charlton, who set the record in 1977. So Carlton Watson 43, and he has 2 races left. That's going to be Boxing Day, the 26th of December, this coming Friday. And remember, it's going to be mandatory period in the Regular 6 as well. And Carlton Watson also has Saturday, the 27th of December. So 2 race days to win another race to go on to have the outright record of that will be 44 wins. So we're going to look forward to that as well. That's going to be it from us here at Caymanas Park today. It was a pleasure taking to you live and direct, especially with that win by Restoration. It was a pleasure taking you live and direct all weekend long. Have a Merry Christmas and see you on Boxing Day for some more live racing. I'm your analyst, Michael Kane, on behalf of the production team and also on behalf of our promoters, Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. Have a Merry Christmas and see you for Boxing Day racing in a few days' time.